It's not there.
Wow, this is crazy.
Kwani Ugandans pia wana behave hivyo?
Niambie Daniel waingie.
Yes, Jim, go ahead and tell them.
And you see that's why when you operate to compare, those two India now side. That's too bad. Oh my God. Yeah. What I mean, happening. Well, next time you go to it in a way. Yeah, because yes. So it's 1, 3, 7. Now next time. No. Watu walikuwa nje watu wameenda chai. Yes. Oh my God.
Yes, our dear guests, dear participants, I hope you enjoyed your breakfast. Please also use this time to social network. Get to know who your neighbors are, what they do, where they are from, and things like that. Please, don't just sit and talk to your The only thing that differentiates us from other creatures that as human beings are social beings. And please, as you are socializing, make sure that you take the standard operating procedures. Please, when you're having breakfast, please put back your mask. All the kids, we need you safe and sound. You're having breakfast, put back your mask. So at this juncture, I would This is from just chatting with our friends who are far away. You have the neighbor next to you. I know with modern technology, it tends to make us succumb to the temptation of being closer to people who are thousands and thousands away from us. God forbid if something happens, the first person to rescue is your neighbor, yet you are physically far away from them. And I hope you enjoyed the breakfast. So for those who are still taking their breakfast, we can't wait for each and everyone to finish their breakfast. I would like us at this point to start our next session. And I hope Dr. Vicky, you're ready. If you are, please come and address the congregation. And please bear in mind time, please. Tim would request that I project Dr. Vicky's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for the morning session we have completed. As technology is doing its part, I'll just continue. So it will catch me on the way. As you saw in the program, I'm required to talk about the Uganda research project. Where is this music coming from? From here. Thank you. So I want to just give a deeper contextualization of the project, focusing specifically on Uganda. We've understood how wide it is, the various countries that are part of this, but now want to focus on Uganda. As Uganda, what is it that we are doing? So the overall title of the project is Young Women and Men's Aspirations and Resiliency, Prospects of Livelihoods, Employment and Accountability Before, During and Beyond COVID-19. So you see, there are key concepts that we need to pick from that title: young women and men, aspirations, livelihoods, resilience, and then employment and accountability, but also that time frame before, during, and post the COVID-19. So we can afford to look ahead and believe at a certain time COVID-19 will be gone, so we can have that post bit of it. So just to provide you the background of this project, it's funded by the MasterCard Foundation, and we are really grateful that we have the opportunity to have funds that get to reach to such a wide population as the youth. So we appreciate the MasterCard and also Pastor for coordinating this whole project. So our headquarters, the project headquarters are in Kenya, and coordinated by, I think you've been wondering what's PASGA. It's the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research. Yes, Whoever is moving the slides is going far ahead of me. Please slow down. I'm still on the background. So the scope we are using is for Uganda, although it's a 7-country project, for Uganda specifically, we're looking at the different regions that constitute Uganda. So we shall go to the different 5 regions. We'll go to the north, to the south, to the east, to the west, and the central part of Uganda. We are doing that so that we can be able to draw the needs, the concerns and experiences of the different youth that are differently situated. You know, we want to take care of the rural youth, the urban youth, the educated, the uneducated, the various categories that comprise the youth category. And the only way we can do that is spreading out to the different regions. So I want to have findings that are representative of a Uganda. So, like Martin had indicated in the beginning, it's a multinational project, and it's also adopting multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approaches in doing the research. So why are we even talking about this thing? The project overview is that as we explore women and men's aspirations and resilience in Africa, before and during COVID-19, it has been proven, literature shows that there is scanty literature on the impact of COVID-19 on young women and men. We talk about COVID-19 in most of the other situations, but not in relation to young women and men. We talk about children, we talk about women, we talk about the elderly, we talk about men that have lost jobs and all these kind of things. But there seems to be a gap that stays, where the young women and men, who is talking about them? So there was scanty literature, and that's how we got into this. Then there's also a gap on how the pandemic has shaped young people's aspirations. Has COVID affected what people aspire, the way young people aspire? What is going on? You need to understand that impact. How was it before? How is it with COVID? And what is likely to be in the aftermath of that? The other critical thing that we want to also highlight is that the limited coverage in relation to gender, status, and livelihood. So gender is a critical component of this project. We appreciate the concept used, but then we need to break it down. That's why you hear us keep saying young men and women, and also appreciating the age brackets that we are focusing on. So status, age, and livelihood are critical. So after realizing those gaps, the project intends to cover them and try to fill them up in the following ways. One is a critical review of available literature. And the project started in May. For all these months, we've been engaging with relevant critical literature, and we've managed to realize the gaps that are there. We've done a political economy analysis. So we know what's going on, at least when it comes to the academic, the literature setting of the problem. Then after that, we intend to have rigorous empirical research, which will be focused on young women and men. So we shall go out there, like I've just talked about the different regions we plan to go to, and talk to the young women and men and hear what they have to say in relation to these areas of concern. So like I've just highlighted, gender is critical, so we shall have to engage with how the role of culture, social norms and barriers and the constructions, and how these impact the livelihoods and aspirations of the young people in Uganda. So we appreciate that Uganda is a country that brings together different people. You know, we are known for hosting, having a progressive refugee policy. So in talking about Ugandans, we also include the displaced, especially the refugees. I'm happy to also mention that I think some of them are here today with us. So we shall be eagerly waiting to hear what they have to tell us. So in answering those questions, those issues I've just raised above, We have some key questions, and those are some of those that are highlighted there. Not sure about your eyes. I know it's crowded, but at least we shall engage with it more as we discuss. I just wanted to just put it there. At least the key ones are who is the youth, you know, what are the aspirations, how do they aspire, those kind of things. So from this research, we expect, we're not just doing research for the sake of doing it. We have an uptake phase of the research. And so we expect to produce evidence to inform practice and policies on employment and livelihood of the young women and men in Uganda. Then we also believe that these practices, good practice, can be replicated into other projects that can reach out to a wider region. Because now we are focusing on the seven countries, but then it can go beyond the countries that have been specified. Also believe in improving macro level employment, then cater for inclusive economic development and growth, and also the well-being of the young people in Uganda. But then after having all that, how are we going to sustain this very good venture? In our sustainability plan, we intend to have several such meetings. We intend to meet with you people more and other key relevant stakeholders that you may identify to engage more and discuss further. So we shall always keep updating you of the progress the project is making. And then we also definitely seek your guidance and support in having and realizing these expectations, but also in our different ways, we can share the findings that we have, what we discover in this particular project. So in doing all that, I just want to have a small shout out into how we are going to do it. And it's just the methodology that we are going to adopt as the research team. So we are going to use a mixed methods approach. And in saying mixed methods, it means we shall be using both qualitative and quantitative methods of data collection and analysis. So we shall engage at different levels and hear from different people and also use different methods to get this information. If someone can't speak it out, maybe they'll be able to tick a box somewhere in a quantitative survey. So in doing that, we appreciate the heterogeneous nature of the youth in Uganda. So we appreciate the location. We shall talk to the rural, the urban, and the peri-urban youth. Then we have to talk to the educated, the literate, and then appreciate that education has different categories. You know, the vocational, there is this purely academic. So we shall have to diversify as much as we can. Yeah, the married, all those people, we intend to talk to them. Geographically, I've already mentioned, we shall go to the different regions, and then we shall be trying to analyze the pre, during, and the post-COVID settings. So in the interest of time, we shall keep interacting, but in the interest of time, I thank you so much for the audience. And then I want to now call upon our panelists to continue the discussion, having been situated. Let's see how best we go on. I think I will moderate. So I think I'll take the opportunity to introduce each of you, and then I'll invite you to introduce yourselves briefly.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Vicky. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning.
Good morning.
Why I don't morning, Uganda. So my name is Christine Mbelimwa Kakua. I work for Sensitize Uganda as the executive director. I also am a member of the National Youth Advocacy Platform, which is a platform that brings together youth serving and youth-led entities aimed at influencing government policies and plans, make sure that they are knowledge, they reflect the youth aspirations within the country. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shalini Manasa. I'm the 87th Field President of Makerere University and the 5th female Field President of Makerere University. I'm a third-year student in pharmacy and also a resident of the University of Utafiti.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Hassan Chieva. I'm the principal youth officer in the Kingdom of Uganda.
My name is Catherine Chiomba. I'm a education specialist and a material specialist.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members.
Good afternoon.
Since I want to make no part of my culture, which is language, now we will say, "Iliyo mabaya." I mabaya. I is the My name is Social Samuel from Institute of Data State Development. I work with the Youth Development Program.
Thank you very much, discussants. With me, a series of questions that will guide the presentation. Each member will have about 5 minutes to present. Please, in no particular order, let's have some of these issues. Question 1 is, what are the main challenges of young people in Uganda? What are the main challenges of young people in Uganda? Question 2, are interventions working to improve their lives? Are interventions working to improve their lives? Question 3, what is working? Remember the previous question is on the intervention. So is there, what is working? And how can this be scaled? What is working and how can this be scaled? The last question. What actions can governments, development partners, what actions can governments, development partners, researchers, civil society, young people themselves can take to have a positive impact. Young people themselves can take to have a positive impact on Ugandan youth. What actions can governments, development partners, researchers, civil society, young people themselves can take to have a positive impact on Ugandan youth? Okay, also be reminded that since we are representing various sectors, please let your discussion be informed by the sector or institution that you are representing. Thank you very much. You have about 5 minutes to present. I'm going to start with Mr. Sera. Yes, you're excused. Let's Madam take us through.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. My name is Catherine Charimba. As I already introduced myself,
From Sera, the school, some of us from around Kampala, when we say from Sera SS, you may think we are talking about the prison. Yes, but we are talking about the school. And the school is unique in a way that we are products of unique institutions. Youth in Sera, maybe the student, maybe the girl child in Sera, they are products of Sera. They are products of Utafiti, which is a mental hospital. They are products of Uganda breweries. They are products of Sera prisons. They are products of Kasokoso slum, and they are products of semi-hotspots. They are hotspots around school. So that's us. And I'm speaking for them because I know them, I deal with them, I sit with them. I have them Monday, Friday, so we know each other. And my dealing with them is unique in a way, I think because of my subjects. I teach English literature, and basically the literature brings us closer. Literature will be dealing with characters, their feelings, their emotions, their actions. So we know each other, and they tell me and I tell them. So the first week of beginning of term, we had a counseling session, or we had sensitization. We chatted and we got to know what we went through, what affected us as children or as students of that community. And we focused on 3 areas that were affected. We looked at gender, we looked at health, we looked at the economic life of us living in that community. And on the gender side, there was a lot of transactional sex. Realistically speaking, the children will openly tell you this time, the school was no longer holding us. As a school, sometimes we take it for granted, but it is a community that protects children because of the school rules, because of the timetable, because of the academic work they're involved in. But this time for 2 years, there was no timetable, there was no academic work, there was no funding, there was no nothing. So we are confined. Those of us who have been to the Sera prison, you know where those parents live. It is a uniport. Some of us have entered a uniport. It is just one room where you find people, mother, father, children, relatives, and friends. When you go to Kasokoso, it is even called a room. People sleep. Ideally, before people would sleep, they would take turns. Here's our children will tell us. My uncle works at night. Maybe he's at the petrol station, maybe he's an animal who works at night. Mommy goes to work at the shop during the day. So we take turns in sleeping. But this time we are all sleeping at the same time, and it is for 2 years, and they are growing as they are changing, as they are doing whatever activities they are doing. These people are seeing them. And it is said that it is always a safe cover near around the female. I don't know what happens, but we know as mature people. So they are affected. The children got pregnant. They will tell you, Madam, things happened. The clever ones were aborted. Some of us, you see, I don't think we are virgins. We got STIs. The lucky ones who knew, they used family planning methods. But all of us had an experience, most of them who we spoke to. Then, when we got to the health, these children were affected. There was disease outbreak. The COVID affected all of them. Either way, someone who didn't get sick this personally, their parents died, their relatives, someone close to them, and it was so bad. It was so emotional, it left a lot of distress on their lives. Then there was limited access to information. You know, these girls, these children at this age, they are at the active time of their adolescence. Senior 1, senior 6, they've been told about things, but here it is reality. That's when the girls are getting their periods. That's when everything is happening, and they're anxious, they are excited. As a school, in most cases, those things are contained. But look at this child who is with a father who does not know what to do, the mother doesn't know what to do, and things are happening. There was a bit of some crisis. Then, the psychological distress, that one we all went through it. People died, it was bad. They had to take care of the sick, it was not easy. So there was a struggle. Then when we see that we looked at the economic part of it, people were exploited. When we look at the streets, the people who are selling masks, I think they were the youth. Because it was them now, it was time to go and look for food. The father has been looking for it. But the father has no job, they've lost. What do we do? These children were forced to go on the streets, the girls were doing the petty kind of work, so they would put food on the table. People lacked accommodation, landlords chased away people, and the environment we are in, most of us are not landlords. These children are either renting or something is happening. No one, mostly that community, no one owns a house there. For 2 years, the caretakers are not working. No, nothing, people got stuck. The food, there's nothing to eat. School, sometimes we appreciate school, and I think we thank the government for opening the schools once again. The meals that children take at school are not to be taken for granted. There is lunch, a child is assured of lunch. A lunch can take them to the next lunch. At this time, they were home and there was no food. Clothes, the uniform these children wear. You know, you have one pair of uniform, you wear it Monday, Friday, and you survive, and you're protected. No one is pinpointing. But this time it came, it is a whole of 2 years, and you have nothing to wear. And it was so bad. It was that much as some of the effects were positive, they were able to relate, they communicated, they had time with their parents. But a large extent, it was not easy. We'll also look at the way forward. When we talk about what can the government do? What can stakeholders do? What can we be held? And one of the things was guidance and counseling. A child who is psychologically tortured cannot sit in class and concentrate. Someone who is stressed, even in business, outside at work, once their mind is not at peace, there is no work done. So they need counseling, they need to be guided. They need to be sensitized on COVID, the SOPs, because now they are back to school, we are back to work, we are back to normal. People need to know the use and the importance of SOPs. Otherwise, the disease is with us and it is here to stay. If we are not compliant, we are still doomed for more crises.
You have about 1 minute.
Okay, so we also look at the self-sustaining schools matters like school. What can we learn? Alongside the academic work, what else can we do? We need the literature without information. We need information, we need safe spaces where this information can reach. Let the radios tell us, let the literature be wherever so that the youth can reach it. The platforms, the WhatsApp, the Twitter. When this information is there, it is safe for them to access the information and it goes there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Catherine, please, members present, if you have any question, just note it down. Then you have when you have to present it to them. Our next discussant is Mr. Hassan. Please, you have about 5 minutes. Let's take 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, I'm Hassan. I'm the Police Police Officer in the Kingdom of Uganda. The challenges youth have been going through brought by COVID, been cutting across, and we don't work in isolation as a people. Unemployment coming from the downsizing, the price fluctuations that has affected the youth in the business, total lockdown that affected the youth in the formal sector, who's doing casual work, all of us we are affected. So, what are we trying to do as a kingdom so that the youth can be revived in such times they are facing? First and foremost, they are attracting partners to work with as a people. As I speak now, we are part of Young Africa Works program, and Protea Hotel where we sit is our youth farm. I have mobilized around 500 youth around Watso, Kampala, and Uganda. We've been trained in different skills: shoemaking, tailoring, foods and beverage, including outside catering and bakery. I have realized as a mobilizer that very many youth have an outcry of acquiring skills. Previously, youth thought having a paper was enough But COVID hit us for 2 years, and the only way to survive is having a skill that you can work home, you can bake, and sell your cake and earn a living. There was downsizing, and people are not being invited by companies to go back to work because even companies are used to working without them. Therefore, there is high demand in Uganda region for youth skills. I want to thank Mastercard Foundation and private sector supporting the program. This program is 5 years, and we are committed to benefit the youth through this program. And secondly, the youth have also realized that working alone, you cannot survive. Very many youth are being seen now, wherever we invite them, give them literacy, financial literacy, work together, form investment clubs and cooperatives. They are now responding. People who were hit by COVID, who had groups saving, were not affected so much than those who were living in isolation, struggling alone and working alone. So we are doing that. I want also to appreciate government. We have had a problem here in Uganda region. Most of the government policies are politicized by them. When we deeply analyze the economy, whatever government brings, they must politicize it. But in Uganda region, when we made an assessment, we traveled, because annually we visit all the 18 counties as a ministry. We realized that our youth in Uganda region are not positive to government programs. And that's why we argue all politicians, even if you are on opposition, you must come out to show, because these programs are benefiting youth. Why LP have been following it, have been following many other programs that have been benefiting youth, but most of them have been taken by youth leaders. The youth who are led have not been benefiting. Those who are opposing government, the other political parties, they don't want to take that opportunity. They don't have that eye for business because of politics. So it is a very big difference, and I know when Mr. Chair is discussing, if he has statistics, he will tell us that Uganda region will be one of those regions that are not performing well in Israel. And the reason why, when we made research, we realized that most of the youth are politicizing the government programs. They don't want to benefit from them because they don't support the party that brings the policy. Different other programs have been brought in. Now yoga has come. Some youth have benefited from that, and they are seeing also parish model are coming in to support what we have done as a ministry, much as we have a national youth policy, which we respect and appreciate. Uganda Kingdom has developed the Uganda youth policy. Our policy looks at the youth from 13 years up to 35 years. We are categorizing, we are not contradicting, and I can tell reasons when I'm summarizing. We realize that starting a youth at 18 years planning for this person has already been the advantage. We have associations in secondary schools, university. You have heard of the famous Student Association. We are celebrating 30 years in March. The King has invited us on 29th in his palace to celebrate with you. That association begins in secondary, where we look at a student with 13 years and senior 1 or 12. So we categorize from 13 to 17, from 18 to 25, from 20 to 25 to 35, and we assign different responsibilities. Why do we want 35? Because now these are TOTs. We have trained you in the first 2 categories, now we come back to train others. And that is what we are moving. We are trying to sensitize and attract different partners who can support the kingdom so that we can implement different policies that we want to do and improve the youth livelihood. As I summarize, I'm one of those that got very good lessons on COVID-19. If you are not good at IT, the last 2 years we have gone through, at times we couldn't survive. For us, we are tasked now to work from home, and we are supposed to use Zoom and other mechanisms, digital, to fulfill your tasks in order to be paid. Youth are now anxious, they have come out, they are ambitious, they are aggressive to have IT skills. When I was going through the job forms, the job guidelines, I realized that government has introduced a diploma in ICT in business. Youth should look at ICT as an opportunity because digital marketing and all other digital skills are now benefiting. You can sit in your room and work when you are not looking for any job anywhere. You market your products, you network everywhere, you get exposure, everything can be done. So digital skills are very key, and to urge you, government to put much emphasis. Very many of our youth are also now yearning to grow their talent, despite of the effect. But we have been very weak as a country at nurturing talent. Talent in different fields, we have put much emphasis there as a kingdom, and we know we can do something. Innovation hubs, I know one in Uganda, but I don't know how many youth know it, because actually, even me, haven't been too close to this and see how it can benefit them. Youth need innovation hubs where they can create, and our country has not invested in that. So I also urge you, government officials here to look at that, especially my brother, Mr. Julius, who is at the center of the youth. As I summarize, I want to thank you and thank government for trying to bring different policies that can benefit the youth. And what we do, what we commit ourselves, is we are going to continue through our campaigns, meetings, and advocacy to see that youth benefit from government policy. They don't shy away from government programs. It's the national care which all of us must benefit. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's pass on the mic to our president. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Andres. Good afternoon once again. Like I already introduced myself, I'm Shamiri Nambasa, the Guild President of Makerere University. Makerere University is making 100 years this very year. We are making 100 years. But we're not only making 100 years as an institution, that is 100 years of nurturing youth. Because Makerere University has a capacity of 40,000 students, who then are all above 18, but then still, none of them make 30. Or if there are those that make 30, they are very few. So as I sit here, I'm speaking for 40,000 youth. That today, when we sit down to contemplate on the issues, that what happened before COVID, during and after, we reflect on the challenges that continue to affect us as the youth. When we sit down to talk about unemployment, it starts to become a song that everyone has heard and gotten tired of. And then maybe they start to think that we the youth are not being innovative enough to get jobs. But then what happens when we've been trained that our future is only in education? And then we wake up one day and the schools are closed for 2 years. I'm doing a course that may be supposed to last me 3 years. And I was very sure at the end of those 3 years, I'm going to be working somewhere, I'm going to find a future. But then it's all shattered. That we are allowed to dream, but you can only dream at a specific time of the day, which is at night as you sleep. But when you wake up, live within what is provided, live within what is there. So we as the youth are saying, can we be allowed to dream and then realize those dreams? Are there opportunities that allow me to explore what I actually am, beyond the education, beyond the classes I attend, beyond the pharmacy degree I have? Have I been explored to know what more do I have to offer? Have we taken into account that other side? We're talking challenges. When we talk about representation, it's rather absurd that recently I had an interview, and I told this young gentleman, do you know that up to now, the youth are regarded as a special interest group?
A group of people that makes about 78% of the population is still a special interest group. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk representation of who we are as the youth, who we are as the young people. The times have changed, things have changed, but who is representing us? Who is representing our cries? When we sit down and cry, who is there to represent us? Who speaks for us when it goes to the people that are making policies? Can we go beyond sitting in conferences and coming up with solutions for the youth? Can we go down to these youth and ask them, what are you good at? What can you do? When you bring programs and we are negative towards them, have you wondered why? Yes, there is politicking, but then, did you know what I was interested in before you made me a sewing machine? Did you know what I can do before you went ahead to force me into agriculture? Did you know that at our home we don't have the land where I can practice that agriculture that you're teaching me? What am I saying? Let us get solutions from the people that are being affected. I'm one person that is interested in teenage pregnancies. But tomorrow when I want to do something, I'll go down to Katanga and talk to those girls and find out if they're having issues with menstrual health. What then do they think can be done? Before I buy them sanitary towels, do I know what exactly would work for them? So I would advocate that we go beyond sitting down. I want to appreciate the people that were in charge of this, because I feel proud to sit at this panel and speak for the people that have not notified, but still need to be heard. When we are asked if their interventions are working, but we don't even know what interventions are being put there. It is different to have something on paper, and it is different to have it actually being implemented. I want to say that while the schools were opened and then were allowed back, was there some psychosocial preparation for us as I do? Because we started to feel useless, I must be honest with you. While we sat down in our homes, we felt so useless. I'll wake up in the morning and I've done my senior six, I'm in my second year doing pharmacy, but I can't offer anything. There is nothing I'm doing for me, there is nothing I'm doing to grow myself. And that was basically because I was brought up to believe that whatever I want to become is going to come after school. People have dropped out of school. Are there interventions that have been put forward to hold those that have dropped out? What then is being done for that other group that could not keep up pace with the rest? I would hope that as we go forward, let us teach the youth, let us nurture them. Let us learn to make research, let us have this youth involved. For me, it is useless to come up with interventions and different things without having inclusivity. Inclusivity is so important. That as we sit here, we have people representing those with disabilities, people representing Uganda, people representing people that have not yet joined the university. This is what we call inclusivity. But is it employed when we are coming up with interventions? I think that is something that we need to look into. Can we build trust around this world? Because it's a question of mistrust. That yes, I've suggested this and that has been done. But then is it being done with the right intentions? Or is it someone's project to get money out of it? Or when someone comes to teach me to do something, are they really honestly being true to me? Or is it something else? I can see Dr. Doi wants to tell me I have my name. Let me conclude. As we move forward, I would say that we need to have these youth enjoy their youthfulness. Can we skill these people? Actually, can you skill us? Because I'm part of the youth. Give us the skills beyond the education. It's very absurd that I'm getting done with my pharmacy degree, but I can't even sit on a sewing machine because I don't know what to do with it. If you tell me what else can you do other than the pharmacy, I can only speak. That is maybe something I would call my talent, that yes, I can hold a microphone and speak to people. But then I believe that I would have actually been given an opportunity to rediscover myself. Thank you so much.
this point, I'd like to invite Mr. Crispin this year about 5 minutes to address some of the issues raised.
Thank you very much, Rita. Thank you very much, our dear panelists. I will start from what the Guild President has talked about. Talked about education. Education at some point used to be the part of success. Some of us, I think that maybe over then this part of us changed. And maybe education is no longer the key to success. Why? Because so many people are employed. I mean, they're educated, but they're not employed. Maybe it's just a part of discussion. My name is Crispin Senimwa. I work with the Sera Uganda. I'm also a member of the National Advocacy Platform. One stand Partnership for Africa, African Social and Governance Research, Ambassador Foundation, for the opportunity of inviting me to be able to share my experiences with aspirations, with employment and livelihood in Uganda, and especially during these trying times of COVID-19. When the moderator was reading questions, I just put out a few things that probably need to follow, just to give context to the discussion. I'll start by maybe looking at who a young person or a youth is in Uganda. According to the National Youth Council that was passed in 1993, the youth is between the ages of 18 to 30 years. And also that was reflected in the National Youth Policy of Uganda that was passed and revised in 2016. But also at the same time, for purposes of programming, we have the National Coordination Mechanism for Youth Programs that was passed in May 2001, that is last year, by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, that describes a young person, this time around, a young person, as the person between the ages of 15 to 30, for purposes of programming, like my colleague from the Uganda Kingdom was talking about. And when you talk about youth in Uganda and young people, 78% of population is 30 years and below. And part of this population, 23% of it are youth between the ages of 18 to 30. So you can see how young people occupy the biggest number of population. What would be some of the challenges that these young people continue to face? Number one, I'll talk about like two challenges, then I will settle on one. The first challenge is youth unemployment. Youth unemployment, youth underemployment, and youth disguised employment. This, of course, was worsened by the COVID-19 global pandemic as a result of different and ending lockdowns that had restrictions on the economy. And according to the number of different civil society organizations, including the one that they work for, puts youth unemployment at 80%. One of the universities, that Kenya University, puts youth unemployment at 56%. But the government of Uganda, through UBOS, puts youth unemployment at 13%. But whichever it is, the reality is that we have high rates of youth unemployment. Now, this youth unemployment is caused by a number of factors, among others being the mismatch between our education system and the jobs that are available, and this makes youth unemployable. There is also the poor and negative mindset or attitude of the youth themselves towards work, including the negative mindset of the youth towards agriculture. And this negative, also the negative mindset of the employers towards the young people, that may probably don't know what they will be doing at work and they end up not employment. But also there are limited opportunities for young people to start their businesses. When they start their businesses cannot grow and fly. And these limited opportunities include access to cheap capital, harsh tax regime that favors little the new youth startups that we have in the country. The other next challenge is a limited youth therapy platform that can foster ability to youth participation in decision-making processes. We have seen that most times youth are not consulted by the people or institutions that plan for them. It's what the new president has done. And one of the major avenues where youth are limited participate is during government budget planning processes. And this is the process where the government is planning on how it's going to finance its needs. But young people are rarely consulted during these processes. How has government intervened to fight youth unemployment? One, government has put in place vocational institutions to impart vocational skills within the young people. Government has also put up different programs, projects, and initiatives like the Youth Capital Venture Fund, the Youth Livelihood Program, the punishment model of lending that are aimed at fighting youth unemployment. Government has also passed a number of laws, and the latest one being the law of content, but also laws and policies like the National Youth Policy, among others. Some of the government projects are not working well because of a number of challenges. And that is why the government is proposing even phasing out 17 of its projects. What is working well? I think the vocational skilling is doing well. Then the other thing that may be working well, but I think government has not realized on how to approach it, is the providing of capital. What government is doing is providing sometimes grants, sometimes revolving funds, but these are not working well because young people have a mindset that when they give them these funds, they are, forgetting, and therefore the country is going to grow. And I'll come to that later on. What the different stakeholders do, including government, to solve this issue? Number one, we need to create different avenues for youth to access cheap capital. I'm talking about cheap capital, but not free capital. In Uganda, we have, for example, two examples. We have the Youth Livelihood Program and the Youth Capital Venture Fund. The Youth Livelihood Program does not have an interest, unless maybe if you have spent 1 year without paying, that's when there's an interest. The Youth Capital Venture Fund has an interest. Last time I checked, I think it was around like 10 or 11% per annum on reducing partners. Surprisingly, the one that has an interest is doing far much better than the one without interest. So I think the interest cautions young people to work hard, and it's not free money. Two, we need to create more youth-led platforms for youth to discuss decisions for their future. In addition, government and other service providers need to involve youth in planning processes through consultations and meaningful youth, meaningful empathy, encouraging young people to participate in leadership and decision-making processes. The other thing is that we need to put in place initiatives that attract young people, including involving young people in the entire approach by the chain, by organizing it and also making sure that the culture is very attractive. The young people, if I would use the words of the commission, making that culture sexy. Also, we need to invest more in vocational skilling. We need to invest more in the life skills. We need to form the tax regime so that it gives incentives to the young people, like we do to the other foreign investors. We need to go to vocationalize the education sector, starting as low as primary. We need to support. We need to continue to put, policies and initiatives in place to make sure that we attract foreign investments, so that these foreign investments can, employ young people, pass the minimum wage bill, among others. But also specifically, I would like to recommend that some of our ministries, like the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Gender, can put in place what we call a 24-hour economic system, what we call a shift work system. Because during the night, Uganda goes to sleep. Other countries are working. Something that can be put in place. There are different incubation centers that the government has come up with, including the Uganda Industrial Research Institute, which is really wonderful. But unfortunately, Uganda is talking about this. So I think the Ministry of Science, I don't know if it was scrapped, but whichever institution that is responsible for that should organize such incubation centers. Lastly, we need to make sure that the Ministry of Trade, industrial cooperatives, it promotes youth-led agro-based cooperatives to enhance youth chances of success training and technical advisory services among others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last discussion with Mr. Sera, and they have been referred to by quite a number of discussants. So please try to affirm some of the issues raised. Thank you. Yes, you can. For as long as the mask up.
Okay, thank you. I think now you know. Okay, I'm going to talk from the practical perspective, what we have gone through. And maybe before you start counting my price, I wanted to make a clarification. The bottom up versus the top one, top down. This is my honest opinion. You can't only work with one and think you will succeed. No, you need a synergy between. But if you are focusing so much on top down, you will also get clogged somewhere. And if you are doing the other one also, there's going to be a problem. So we need the two to have, is it? To marry each other, you can marry. They need to work together. They really need to work together, and through experience, they have to work together. Now, let me go back to your template. The challenges. To me, the biggest challenge we see is number one is the attitude. Attitude of the youth, of the parents, of the caregivers, and us in public service and private service or okay, non-street actors. I think all of us we have a contribution to make. I can give a simple example. A youth group is having a bigger project. And for an extension worker to visit them, he or she is demanding money. Yet the government is what? Is paying them. Or a community development officer who is supposed to extend service to a particular youth group demands for money to go. So you see all this. Just like yesterday, somebody who went and cut my trees, eucalyptus, which are around 10 years old. He cut 12 of them. And that is all the work we do. So when I told the police, they were around, and they tell me, give us transport. I said, you first go and do the work, I'll give you transport. Don't mind about transport. That is me, I can manage. What about if a youth group had their pigs poison? I saw this in Kabugu where pigs were poisoned, even in Kiba, where somebody went and touched the house. So you see, the attitude is, and most often it focuses on the youth, the parent. I can give you my own example for my family. They said, my son, by the time I was finishing senior 4, I was paying insurance for his education in university. The boy after senior O-level result told me, I'm not proceeding, I'm going to do plumbing course. I said, fantastic, go and do it. That's what you like. But for some parents, it was going to be what? A tug of war. I want you to go get what? A degree. My son is now in second year in Bara University. I wanted him to do medicine. He said, I don't want that rubbish. I said, I want to say, I want to do pharmaceutical science. I want to make drugs. I said, okay, you go and do it. That is me, I can understand it. But for some parents, it's a matter of life and what? The other ones about the youth are talking about. COVID, of course, I don't want to talk about it. Then that elements of corruption, we have real experience in the youth level program. The worst is corruption in the group among the youth. The chairperson, the secretary, and the treasurer, class 1 thieves. Then the other issue is about misinformation. The people who could be the gatekeepers misinformed them. And I want to use a practical example again of the program. Those who are in key positions were telling them, this is free money. Go and eat it. Until we started arresting the youth, then they learned it is not what free lunch. Then some positive people help the youth. Really, we are lacking that. I had an experience in Uganda when we spoke out. We supported them with 12.5 million to set up a poultry project. I saw it was very fantastic. The person where it was located
connivance sold. Out of 600 something, sold 300. Cheap after. Sold 300 of the bags. Now you see that. Is that a positive role model? Then competition. Most of the youth, when they are doing their projects, they do what their other community members are doing. And they therefore face competition from well-established businesses. So these are the issues of taxes. I'm aware of a group which was doing ICT project, and Uganda Revenue Authority gave them a tax, a bill of around 9 million. We supported them with 12 million. They collapsed. And you know the problem? It starts with, you have what they call T. Is it T? They want a tax identification. So this guy is looking for tax. It should have been business identification. No. Then the tax should come behind. But for them, they want a tax, that is all. So we have issues of taxes, issues of marketing, and then natural calamities like COVID-19. You know, I visited a youth group with a fish pond of over 10,000. Don't think that is. In November, when I went there in April, they found a price, and we gave them over 16 million. So there are those problems you have. Now about the interventions, they are talking about the Youth Revenue Program. If they're well, Uganda Women Development Program, they support also the youth. Youth Venture Capital Fund, as you say, the interest is 11%. Why it is succeeding very well is because the demand for collaterals. The demand for collaterals and guarantors. My daughter bought a loan and we are mortgaged by landlord for 5 million. I think I'm telling you, you like go to the maybe Central Bank to get the details. So that's why it is succeeding. What for the Youth Revenue Program, we know these are people who are unbankable. We know these are poor youth, unemployed. So you just give them the guarantee. The guarantee aspect is only that they are in a group. Because they can't all run away. Then the green jobs, I hope you have heard about some people, the green jobs also give 2 kids. Then the beauty vet, I think somebody has talked about it. Then you have the Mioga, BDN is coming. You have the program with apprenticeship. Is that how they call it? Apprenticeship. This program basically gets university graduates and place them by 2 years so that they can acquire skills and experience. Because before you get a job apart from government, which employs people in U4, graduate entry, then they will ask you, even when you go to these people, MasterCard, they ask you, what is your experience? Now, where do they teach experience? So we have this program where we place them in some institutions and pay them some money and they proceed. But it is facing a problem because now the UNDP was badly hit and face down. The same with the Uganda National Research Institute. They are doing quite a lot. I am aware of a project in Peru, so making where they are very supportive. And I've also told her to come to me on Monday, Tuesday. We'll link her and she gets something. Now, the issue of scaling. How can we scale up? I think to me, as much as if all of us can become ambassadors for the youth, and we speak the right language, that is better. And I'm talking also from a practical perspective. You go to a district, you find the RDC is going towards Kawempe. The chairman LC5 is going towards Mukono. The cow is turned around the city center there. You know those 3 actors in the district, when they can't speak the same language, the entire district is finished. So we have that challenge. Can we all speak the same language and the same information from an informed point of view? And you know, they have a problem in Uganda. Those who know very little about something, they claim to be experts. That is the problem we have. We know everything about something, but we don't know about ourselves. So you talk about this or that, they will give you all the bad things. And we talk so much on the negative things. Where are the media people? Are they around now? You are there, my friends. Please. Yes, avoid. Good news is not necessarily bad phenomena. Now, who told you
Okay, let me ask you, why do you have a mortuary in hospital? Why? For those who are those who have died. Should you die in the hospital?
The essence of going there is not.
Not for us when we fail a bit in the youth library program. You are focusing so much on what is in the mortuary that the people who are recovering. And no, I was just and so you see, this is what we see. Another one thing I want to see is innovation beyond the traditional things. Do you know that in my district we even do shows, and it was after the COVID which disrupted us. We had shows for laughing. Somebody goes and laughs, and you think, man, I used to do. We had another contradiction where somebody goes and cries. People are crying, and you get up also crying. And you pay 5,000 for that show. You're going to stop me? Okay, let me summarize. We need scaling up on financial literacy for all of us. This value addition, I think, has been alluded about, and then marketing. What actions? To me, the youth challenge, when you talk about the employment, the population side, all that, there is no magic bullet to this problem. We need as many interventions as possible. If your intervention is working, don't kill the other one. Just tell the police, can you improve in this one, in this particular area? I think that, to me, the problem is very huge. And our sisters, we are lucky. Government and civil society invested a lot in women interventions. The youth were left out. We are talking of something of 2,000, that's what we're talking about. So we need as many interventions as possible. And the youth themselves, protect your programs. If you see it being eaten up, why can't you shout and say, please leave out? I see the women are very good. They are very protective of their better women protection program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, discussants. It was wonderful and amazing hearing from you. I believe there could be quite a number of burning questions. Please, if you do have one, just raise up your hand. And please be straight to the point.
Yes, my name is Sera. My question is, after hearing from different participants and their contribution, because when you look at our constitution, the task of bringing up the child is both the government and the parents. Don't you think that it's because either it's only the government that is coming out, or the parents have gone to sleep? Because it starts from my home. If I'm to do something, I would like the discussants also address their mind to that perspective, not only to say government has started this. It has failed. Me, it is my mother. She passed away in 2001. She told me, you have to feed it from your hands. And from there, now I'm pursuing. I'm in third year law at IU. But my mother died in 1996. Don't you think the parents are missing out?
Maybe at this point, I would advise those who are raising questions to direct them to any of the following parties.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. The Youth Council and our division. My question goes to Mr. Chema, saying the Municipal Youth Office of Uganda, and you talked of working as a group. But you see, Kampala is part of Uganda, not so. Have you taken any initiative of finding out the youth leaders in Uganda so that you meet them, talk about these projects, so that we should go back also and talk about our youths there, like this skilling program we talked of. Did you call the youth leaders? For example, both from central government and and the Uganda government. So we should sit down as youth and tell us these programs in Uganda, because youths have a lot of hope in Uganda, by the way. But when you bring these programs, you tell us, you talk to us as youth leaders, we will take these programs to our people there, our youths there. Thank you so much.
Please, let it be a question, not a statement.
Thank you very much. My name is Christian Samuel Katwisije from Makerere School of Women and Gender Studies, Media, Watchdog Uganda, and Creative Arts Industry, Jersey Islands. So, we have gone along. Okay, when you really see the compilation of our results and really found out in what we do, we are the most exploited category of people in Uganda. Why? Most of us are idle, and when you find magic power that needs to be expressed somewhere, you'll go onto your mindset, play on it, and someone is going to tell you to do something, and you're going to do it just out of the blue. We love patriotism. Why? The other day on the radio, when I had a young kid speak that they are not proud of their country, 5 years, imagine, what does he know about his or her country? So I think really the mindset which we grow up with and which we come up with is what is affecting most of us. Then when we talk about innovation hubs and these incubation centers that have been set up, personally I've traversed all of them. But before the youth go there, these things require a fee. So it access their districts of ownership and partnership with them. Because it's not really okay to tell a youth who is down there, working, they want to bring something up, but going to a hub, they're required to pay something like $200. Thank you.
Thinking we should restrict the interactions to questions, please, and briefly. Thank you.
I am Joseph Tutsima, I'm a student from the university. My question goes to the General Minister of Gender, and then Mr. Crispin. The thing is, we always come here in these conferences, and you would agree much on what we're doing. But talk about people being disconnected from the communities, from the life of the youth, mostly in the urban slum areas. What are you going to do about it? However much you have representative in there, but the only thing maybe they do is to give you the good news, not looking at the other side of the coin. So what are you looking at now that you people are completely disconnected from the reality? And then the next thing, unfortunately, you don't have a person from the Ministry of Education, but the question would be, what are we looking at in terms of changing the curriculum of this country since the education system? We are still dealing with that of the 1800s, not in the current century. Thank you so much.
I think that's one more. Then we allow the discussion.
Thank you. Madam Catherine, this question goes to you. Our children have started and the youth have gone back to school. The fact remains, the school fee and the school requirement we are paying is what the buying of a lot of land for your child. You as a teacher, what is your take? Because we believe education is becoming a dream to us. My second question goes to Mr. Julian and Mr. Christina. The reality of life, youth of today are going to Arab countries for GAO, but the youth with disability, we are left out because of our chronic illness and disability, making these youth with disability a dream out. The acts of disability entitling employer. What is your take about this employment of youth with disability into the job market? My last question goes, Madam Dear President. Together with Mr. Chiema Hassan, my principal youth officer, we are really tired, we are the young people, to be blamed every time. Even in the discussion, you people will be giving out. Mr. Julian, this used with poor attitude. Whenever you try to come on board, you're praying God, but there are youth who have come out and you're saying the good thing about the mortuary. Can't you acknowledge the youth who have done the good? But whenever the youth come, you used to come late, you used to do this. When shall we be acknowledged and appreciated? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you very much indeed for all those presentations. My question is going to Mr. Chaya Jr. from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I really heard quite a lot of projects that you're doing. The same thing with the Commission of Culture. Have you documented these so that we can learn from them, or we can also take them up? Thank you.
Okay, as I take the mic to the panelists, really was touched when I had the presentation from the lady at the University of Makerere, and I was just wondering that she mentioned something very important, that these interventions, they even do not know whether there are these interventions, whether there are these programs, whether there are these projects. And then when I was listening to Crispy, he really counted some of the programs, some of the interventions. And then my question is then, where is the disconnect? How comes the youth we are targeting at the university, or wherever they are, do not even know these interventions exist? So where is this disconnect? Thank you.
Okay. Let me start with what Farouk says. I think Farouk, you are spot on. One of the advantages of COVID-19, I'm going to share with people this, and I think I'm mad. But attendedly, I say a good thing about COVID. COVID-19 has shown us where is the problem residing, especially China. Well, I'm using one indicator of child pregnancies. This time, children are with their parents. They are getting pregnant day and night. The other time, when one teacher recognizes a child, it is a headline story. So, COVID, one of the advantages, you need to document this also, doctor. That is another advantage. We now know where to put our efforts. It is at the household level or the family level. It's not anywhere else. These teachers were just handling things they didn't actually know just from. But the biggest problem is in the household. So you are just following responsibility. Let us go and read Article 16 or 17 of our Constitution. The responsibilities of the private citizen. We are only good at our rights. Number two, people being disconnected. Now, let me talk a bit about the youth while we are aware. These projects, it is the youth who make the interest for. You tell us and you can share with them how you got the money. The whole thing takes place at the level of the sub-council. And if I'm somebody challenging me, if you can challenge me, I'll just go here and take you the list of the projects within the slum areas. They are there. Because that is one of our added beneficiaries. You living in slum areas. And they have been in marking, they are all there. So we are with them, and we know we are living in the reality because imagine this program is ideally the beneficiary to get our money should have been arrested for 6 months. But in the slum areas, we are you can't. Whether they are as long as they have got the money, that's okay. Then change of that's about change of the curriculum. But the curriculum has been changed. You remember now we are in senior 2. The senior 1, senior 2. Now the curriculum has changed, and remember Uganda has been complex again, complain. The same with complex. You are saying pregnant girls will go to school, you are complaining. Uganda has been complex, I hate it.
So the curriculum has been changed, and I think you have to give a plus to the National Curriculum Development Center in Uganda. Then level externalization, after I want to hold the guy who is responsible. Why should they be? But also within this country, I think especially for us in the ministry, we have some capacity. But I give credit to some arts these days. I think DFC, you have seen a teller who is having problems here. That was yeah. So I'll find out. So when you come, I'll take you to the level externalization. I'll take you yourself to add the answer. Don't get it. Now somebody was saying, you two have done good things. Yes. So that's why I talk about attitude. I don't talk about the youth. I talk about the parents and us in government and the civil society. We have the worst attitude than the youth. I can guarantee you that. Yes, they have problems, but for us, because we are supposed to work on that matter. That is our job. But the youth are this. What about you? So you are good. And for your case, we have documented successful stories. We are so far in the fourth publication of very good projects. They say, I can share, you give me your email, I'll share with you. Yes, Madam, again, documentation, we are handling that. Then, before COVID, we used to take exemplary projects during the international youth. Whether it is in Coco or we go with them, and they sit on the high table and they are given certificates by HE. The documentation of what we are doing under the economic program, also under this program, we have done the process evaluation. This is from Makerere University, process evaluation. Again, these people from Makerere University. Women studies, Dr. Barton, you know it. Then we have also done midterm evaluation. Then lastly, we have documented successful stories. Thank you very much.
Thank you for helping me answer one of my questions. The one of curriculum he has answered, and we are working down there. And this issue of school requirements, remember, raising a child is for all of us, the community, the parents, and the school. And I think parents sometimes we make mistakes by cutting our courts, not according to our code. When I take my child to Gayaza, you also want to take to Gayaza. You have left schools in your community. The government, I think, had a project of having a school in each sub-county. I'll talk, for example, for my school, Luzira SS. Luzira Secondary is a government-funded school. They may ask for training, but maybe more simple things for utilities. But I think we need to cut costs. Don't take your child to another district or somewhere because your friend has taken. Can you take because you can afford? Because I believe whatever we need, there are schools that are affordable, that requirements we can afford.
Thank you. I only have one response to Councillor Kawa. It has to be to explain why is it that we don't go on ground to share the problems we have in the ministry with the local leadership, central government. We do and we plan to do. And we have already shared as I speak. As of now, we have an MOU with the Ministry of Gender, and I'm working closely with the National Youth Council, sharing opportunities that they have, working with the kingdom. But we have launched a campaign as a Ministry of Youth. We are doing that advocacy of the policy and trying to write a strategic plan for 5 years, benchmarking the national strategic plan for the youth. So we are visiting. Our strategy is to talk to local leadership, but targeting sub-counties. So anytime, Mr. Councillor, let's get in touch. Anytime we visit you, the minister is going to visit all sub-counties, trying to do advocacy of the policy that we have made as a kingdom, so that we move together. Because Uganda Kingdom and central government leadership, we don't work in isolation. We also have the same people
So we must work together to see that our people benefit. Thank you. Thank you very much. Then lastly, that if I talk about disconnect, that's happening in the last question. We have so many government programs, so many programs from the private sector that young people don't have this information. And the disconnect is just coming from the information gap, as simple as that. So if you work on the information gap, then people will get the information and access these programs. The seminar you talked about young people being limited, the statistics from going abroad. I think Mr. Joyas has talked about it. But also very important is that the communities don't have information about persons with disabilities. There is a lot of stigma towards persons with disabilities. And I think if we created awareness, then they would understand that. One of our partners actually, World Vision under the African Institute, is actually conducting serious awareness within Kampala, what we call invisible disability. So it could be one of the areas. But also very important, the certificate at some point was giving around 15% tax benefits companies that would employ persons with disabilities. But I think very few knew about such an initiative. Then the very last way, I think Farouk talks about parents giving up on children. It's very true. Most of us as parents, we have given up on children and we are left them in the hands of the government. Partly because the brain will take the politicians. I will give two examples. So one, I will start with the UPE policy. When the UPE policy came in 1997, most of the politicians were using it to their own benefit by telling people that government is going to pay for each and every thing. And therefore, parents started giving up. I think somehow some of the politicians use or misinterpret the government policies and end up misleading communities. But also, I think as parents, they need to be really sensitive, understand their roles and responsibilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, panelists, for the questions answered. Please, if you are not satisfied with the way they have addressed it, we have lunchtime. You can utilize the lunchtime to get to seek for more clarification. So at this juncture, I would like to thank our panelists for their presentation. And I call upon us to move to the next item on the agenda, and that is our lunch break. Please, lunch is down at the... I've been reminded that let's spend 30 minutes for our lunch and then we get back and have our last session. Please, it's lunchtime. Let's go and have lunch at them.
As we get out, I think that you should stand by the desk for what they get to. Once they know, so we can be fast. So it's 20 minutes to 2 by 2:10.
Thank you. Yes.
So I just have to make it wait. I was told my boy is doing pharmacy. So I asked pharmacy, I'm pharmaceutical. Say it's the real making medicines, pharmaceutical.
Please, if you have a single coupon, let's start after. Please, it's lunchtime. It's lunchtime. Let's start our lunch. conversation, go for lunch. I don't know. My brother from Uganda is nice guy. Please, there's someone who is going to stand up to talk again. Things that can have lunch. Probably the most valuable you can do today. Madam Catherine Benina is lunchtime.
DJ Clash, DJ Machalo wasingo kunyamirwa. Oh yeah. You make me jump like kangaroo. And the choke and is what I do. And the my baby go kankanye. And the chop up my young wakala. And the no go chankulota. And the chop up my young takaza. And the love is a money. And that's why my baby say. Andele, andele, oh nana, sudia, sudia. She says, andele, andele, baby girl, kumanga sunina. She says, andele, andele. Keeping on me heart, I'll fail for you. Andele, my baby, Rudy, now. Andele, that's why my baby say, andele, andele, oh nana. Sudia, sudia. She says, andele, andele, baby girl, kumanga sunina. She says, andele, andele, sudia, sudia. She says, andele, andele, kumanga sunina. Baby girl, the way you move, baby girl, I'm a keep up no kuko. Me no play you full. Check this up with the daddy, we pull up and go up with this up. Same side, Jordan. Ola be konam de gore, chembo dengam, uzole ya nam de gore, 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 nam de gore mujahideen, wake up mama jono wa my lane. Showering, Omana Wabalunji Zaitini, Nam de Gulisibawo, Compita Congo Winakawa, Nam de Gulisibawo, Akusale Yabacha, yet Nam de Gul, Nam de Gul, Nam de Gul, Nam de Gul, Nam de Gul. Come birangirangi Zenalinda domu walanga gwe katino kenkufunye bona batide Bambi nyenye vako Lususuro vakedo Maniti chonkola, Mori Munda, on zita. I say you're killing me on zita. Mad over you, mad over you. I swear to God, baby, son kubienga ladu. Ne kubie tattoo. Bonate ba mani baby, ne kubie tattoo. Zena linda do mo walanga gwe katino ken kufunye bonabati de. Bambi nyenye vako. Lususuro vakedo. Mumbati, nothing because of nothing. I said the way you want and the way you're getting on and the way you nigga down in yeah. Go down in quick a teasing I say you're queen of the dance hall. And the way you want in your waistline. Zenalinda do mo walanga gwe katino ken kufunye bonabati de. Bambi nyenye vako. Lususuro vakedo.
Tolizalo mule mapako Ujemela kulave tagweo Yegwanyi liyo vechiziko chamani Nebala kaze gule Anyway, ebya kuna batwabi na mbuya Newe sinaba neneva keda sipa Adali leza oega temuli sente Bambi tatu magezi korono nyabula That girl wawula Mule mula bako bambi anchukulida That girl wawula Ewe mugamba kangamba ntibiruma She say no Oh no Uncle. No Uncle. No Uncle. Uncle. She said no Uncle. Oh no Chumala nje tunsudia Tumubile kwange tegwe wagira Tompasola mkwano tompasola Wigi waga tunzolea Gwa wama mpola tuntito Mazina goyagala na kumenya Yangambe ayagala bazama na yeto mkulila chakunywa cha sanitizer Mbojangu nkuwe kusente mulo kuwe kudai Ate itaye ni kumikwano jo Na eva gambe wa iteneza bia She say no Uncle. Oh no Uncle. No Uncle. No Uncle. Uncle. Oh no Samugudia gulea wimata Yakere sade mbanya Nakere tenga munana Natunde milioni chinana
Watayagala muziki guno Osana kuyisi wako kiboko Kubagwe guliko
Nsabula bomunga Taliban Me feel the fire burn Battins a Charlie what me can run The child changa musira mukukaban
They want to go You already know So when I say I want you boy If you're ready
Omukwano tugusasa
If you're ready girl you know I'm ready
Amalala bega
You're ready know me ready when you're ready
Omukwano tugusasa
If you're ready girl you know I'm ready Wendy if you're ready
Ready, so now I'm ready.
Yo, you ready, know me ready when you're ready. Jagala nkutwale kumukwana kedidi. Tugate like butter and bread di. Pankuwe tukole butter tread di. Wobo njagalanga wendi kundi. Wendi girl zimbanga fundi. The way you when you bust my brain. I wanna be with you again. Sembeleno mami, what to call your body? Jagala nkulaga love take more body. Ita fake daddy, kuyita spice mami.
Omukwano tugusasa
If you're ready, girl, you know I'm ready.
Amalala bega
You're ready, know me ready when you're ready.
Omukwano tugusasa
If you're ready, girl, you know I'm ready. Wendy, if you're ready. You're ready, know me ready when you're ready.
Baby, oh lava I say oh lava say oh lava
What for you?
Gari ya chenja teweka magulu gafanga kutuse sena kutuse baby take me today I take me today lavanga kutuse sena kutuse wanna go take me today I take me today baby oh lava I say oh lava say oh lava sorry I
Belekera baby company. When you company, company. Chidala chota mani, otambuza chimanye kwete. Mwita muleke, baby sema tuya gana machileke. Hey, siku zote, nenya nangoya yedo kulote. Hey, interletentende, uli dedeyende, uli do wiswali interletentende, uli dedekende, we wawo interletentende, uli dedekende, uli do wiswali interletentende. Remember the day I got your number. I got no trouble with Uganda. You say this is the kudanganya. Girl, mukuyambe si kwenganga. Katika nukiwanda, nakasente nafuna mumubi nimekweka. Sichali mekuloda, ngepelele nafati mpoizi kota. Tego kuyu my waifu. Bedala vya kugamba, the woman of my life. Onde kaneka, yasimanyile kofa woman. Kwangala manga. Interletentende, uli dedekende, uli do wiswali interletentende, uli dedekende, we wawo interletentende, uli dedekende, uli do wiswali interletentende, uli dedekende.
Shakira, jagala twesale po mazina, ugwe wa mara yote ya kugoba. Oh baby, you are one in a million. I'm gonna take my time to know you. Wakala watali kwetu sa, spend the rest of my life with you. Leku viene katu yo manye, tinkutande kumutima, mutima, mutima. Even on my profile picture, picture. Sitting on your mulala, no, unangenga bondaba. Kabenje mwana kwe, manunga dagala chi mwana kwe. Yeah, you are a perfect one. Me and you is a perfect love. Ulabika mulungi leka kweka, oh mulungi teba bukweka. Kamulabya mugambe kwetaga, kwetaga. Kamulabya mugambe kwetaga, kwetaga. Siri nayo mulala, no. Unangenga bondaba, nina kweweka na londa ne mala.
wano locally. I'm pressing love, call me kali. Omutima wakutekula dobale. The money I make is so honey. Niwe batano na niwe baby. Nakufuna na wangula lotalo li nice uli wetali kwagala totally. Baby tayo saleko. Mwemba. Mumikono joma muta. Kiss you. I wanna kiss you. Hey, kiss you. Can I kiss you? Hey, kiss you. I wanna kiss you. Hey, kiss you. Can I kiss you? Chakala tuwele kumpi kunwekele. Baby kunwekele. Fly through the stars. Dubai ele. Give you anything you want, but kiss ongele. Baby kiss ongele. Timothy John, you my baby. Sera. Songa, Zija. Tell me when you is, I'm coming right over. Zija. Baby, tayo saleko. Mwemba. Mumikono joma muta. Kiss you. I wanna kiss you. Hey, kiss you. Can I kiss you? Hey, kiss you. I wanna kiss you. Hey, kiss you. Can I kiss you?
Bulitewa saka nanga. Dalo chimanyi tisakugala banja. Yali birabo ya dano. Gali mapenzi ya dano. Ogo gwali mukwano bukwano. Naye kumanjagala katano. Birara, she was a romantic girl. Why you wanna do me like that? Why you wanna break my heart? Why you wanna fool me? You say you wanna leave me. Why you wanna break me? Why? Omuwala. Omuwala. Oh, you muwala. Omuwala. Dum. Why you let me dum. Why you let me dum. Wande kate no shura wo. Webi agana. Ate no koma wo. Baby, you no longer my baby lover. No longer my lover. No longer my baby. Yamenye mutimo yo muwala. Omuwala. Omuwala. Oh, you muwala.
Gocha wechisikizo yakanga kasana. Uliwo musida wajakufanana. Zenkudaba kumutima nekubagana. Yeah. Nebakola chabembi nyakukufata. Kweka vile gani ni mugate kwa bata. Kadala seni muka chaje kamata. Kewe bana vote konkula walenzi kakana. Mikola kululu. Zevia nkula kululu baby. Uno mutima busula uo. Umutima busula uo baby. Zembekola kululu. Zevia nkula kululu baby. Umutima busula uo. Umutima busula uo baby. Ngamasanyalaze wankubirabo sende kuche uchampe bindi kumuliro olusene buza chiri batita ngofuse my baby nange mfuse. Girl, you know me see you from far. Your number wajipa na your wrong number. When go back you don't answer. When you say we worried I'm your number. Rock over with your money. For your love I go kill somebody. For your love I go spend my money. For your love I go tell my mommy. Cause you are the best I go tell my daddy. Me kola kululu. Zevia nkula kululu baby. Uno mutima gusula uo. Umutima gusula uo baby. Zembe kola kululu. Zevia nkula kululu baby. Umutima gusula uo.
Jackson. Spin Michael Jackson. Oh, I love you. Oh, I love you. Oh, I love you. Oh, I love you. Basilimuka kanyonga sudi, but my love is real. Achikuka manye how I feel, and no love is real. Basilimuka kanyonga sudi, but my love is real. Achikuka manye how I feel. The way you whine when you make a big man cry. The candy so cool when I put at the cross by. Girl, me no lie. I'll never say bye bye. So one bona misu wakulu kutanga musai. The way you whine when you make a big man cry. The candy so cool when I put at the cross by. Girl, me no lie. I'll never say bye bye. So one bona misu wakulu kutanga musai. Oh, I love you. Oh, I love you. Oh, I love you. Oh, I love you. Ero njagala kuwenga, njagala kukwadalo. Esawo buli chonyifu. Ero sanyufumo. Kati buli chemba denga suba njagala. Antikolemo. Bano bana bawala, njagalamba. Madonna sanda baba joga. Jagala njogemo. Kakatana kusekapya. Jagala finibemo. Because I'm in a good mood. A very, very good mood. Pero I'm in a good mood. A very, very good mood. Ulilo musiki. Whoa. Musiki. DJ sakato musiki. Tunyumigo musiki. Ulilo musiki. Yeah. Musiki. DJ sakato musiki. Tunyumigo musiki. Tuleze wadagaba. Finally, 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 finally.
say could get it. A fly girl like me is hard to get. Not to fire, you can still bull on my wetty. I bet to come in now, Coco. I bet to send now, Zizo. I just got the car. Well, I get to Coco, but it's a bed, that's a lot, baby. Gosh, that's all my dollar, tell it about somebody got. Yeah, and Jala never touch up for you, yeah.
She don't wanna, she don't wanna. Ayagala, Tayagala, yeah. Ayagala, Tayagala, yeah. You wanna, you don't wanna, yeah. You wanna, you don't wanna. Oyagala, Toyagala, yeah. Oyagala, Toyagala, yeah. Where would you like a trip to Rwanda? Oh, Canada. Tell me, would you like to chill on Sunday? Speak my love.
Shake your body, yeah, body, yeah. Saga magic, gazi, yeah. Ataga sawa, gazi, yeah. Owa kabina kagwe balumye. Atali na kabina bali, yeah. Abunyo mugongo mona be, baba. Mona zina banda be. One day tinga banda me. Maya kabina gonga kanene. Ngakanene. Down to your sweat is the ma. You got the keys to mama. Make a circle, break your anchor. Select a jet, you get anchor. The DJ is my anchor. All in the London, Okube Kampala. Chichi, Gomenye Kampala. Baby, touch your collar. But the saga got the Bianco Koto. Tayagala Mulabi Sambo Bianco Koto. Bianco Koto. Tayagala Mulabi Sambo Bianco Koto. Bianco Koto. Tayagala Mulabi Sambo Bianco Koto. If you know Bianco Koto, Tayagala Mulabi Sambo Bianco Koto. Ukusule wakangu mira mbatuni kasa. Gumira mbatuni. Zopacha zafuka deire rutini. Sacha. Aizo. Mulisa bide. Abali wakamulisa bide. Tusimbute no mwe mulisa bide. Abali wakamulisa bide. No tusimbute mwe mulisa bide. Abali wakamulisa bide. Fe tusimbute no mwe mulisa bide. Abali wakamulisa bide. Fe tusimbute no mulisa bide. Boy mumanyi chirieno. Apasibikale tunywa na beno. Mumanyi chirieno. Lego big tune na ya Suzeno. Bali bamanyo makaputu saze. Kutiri wano gune tugusaze. Abane bintu nga tubikoze. Simiri mupato ze zitufula bise. Katireba se na ete bamanyi chirieno. Bakazi bamutuli na beno. Bamanyi. Mumanyi chirieno. T-O-N na ya Suzeno. Abali wakamulisa bide. Tusimbute no mwe mulisa bide. Abali wakamulisa bide. No tusimbute mwe mulisa bide. Abali wakamulisa bide. Fe tusimbute no mwe mulisa bide. Abali wakamulisa bide. Fe tusimbute mwe mulisa bide. Sigale wakangumira mu batuni. Gumira mu batuni. Sokote zafuka deire rutini. Deire rutini. Naturale tuli bambe tukuba etusedi. We tuteyagalire wano tugende tusedi. DJ ongeza besi tulumye kuba kesi.
Yotya eyo sinsobi yange Yotya byampebwa bakadde bange Boy, otagoberera bigambo byange Oli wakuba bibyo nagembe byange Naye ng'oli kunakyo Sinywa bidagala Amaanyi go Siganya mu budomola Oli kunakyo Sinywa bidagala Bigambye tobikola Byonna bikole naye ng'oli kunakyo Sinywa bidagala Amaanyi go Siganya mu budomola Oli kunakyo Sinywa bidagala Sinywa bidagala Sinywa bidagala
Etoke tono nina kivuvu njagala mpomu amanyi wolina taatu nga Ssaabasajja magulu nyondo cuucu kwenda bakobula byokube kalulu
Bambi ebigambo byo birungi but tebatanako mbakayogera bingi mu nsawa z'empaleyo mulimu ki live alone that wachanga we can't see much
ndi mwogezi naye gwo nkirako
ndabye ku batiitiizo bakirako
bigambo bingi ebikola bibulako
Okay, bibiri tugiyiwewo
naye ng'oli kunakyo
Sinywa bidagala
Amaanyi go
Siganya mu budomola
Oli kunakyo
Sinywa bidagala
Bigambye tobikola Byonna bikole naye ng'oli kunakyo
Sinywa bidagala
Amaanyi go
Siganya mu budomola
Oli kunakyo
Sinywa bidagala Sinywa bidagala Sinywa bidagala
Ndabikira nga butwa buli lungi n'okamwe Oli mutemu yennyini eyakalata tana misango olikadagala kabya kakutula n'enjovu omugongo bakukomba kakutuka nga tanatosibwa na mulago. So tonight you're my killer potion, let me be your Juliet. I drink you without caution, onyingire mu lubuto genda kwetta leero kiro kya leero, genda kwetta leero genda nawe leero, genda kwetta leero kiro kya leero, genda kwetta leero kenkusanze leero, bagamba nti osibya n'obudde obutanatuuka mbulirumira mwoyo alikaida mbonuna musayi nga vampaya simanyi oba nga byoli naye bagamba kunywa kotonga. So tonight you're my killer potion, let me be your Juliet. I drink you without caution, onyingire mu lubuto genda kwetta leero kiro kya leero, genda kwetta leero genda nawe leero, genda kwetta leero kiro kya leero, genda kwetta leero kenkusanze leero. I used to eat your banana, used to call me babe, and I eat your banana. Muni matabu mungayo, nayagala nyechencha jimbazo. Simanyi kabakazari, akasiko kulya my lover. Simanyi kiteku kakari, welcome to
your loving, girl, there's no loving, me got your body. Looking so fresh, me wanting the way you jiggle me, bed no calling. The way your body talking, mugwangu zaba parking, kazanyo kari winding, uri amukwata kotu muri boating. The way your body talking, mugwangu zaba parking, kazanyo kari winding, uri amukwata kotu muri boating.
Like I don't know. Uganda bulala kutidde honey. Naye ngendako mu Kampala kunoonya money. Me want you hold and caress your body. Kujjukize love y'okubadi. She tell me baby don't go. Baby don't go. Yasiba wolugirwe miyango. Ono yasalawo. Abali baliwo olutalo balulabako. Omukwano gwaffe gwaliko. Ngoletaniko ekinendyako. Nga twefaako. Iwo Fetwaliko, iwo Fetwaliko, aitayondaleko, honey, omukwano gwo gwekuliko, tukole biriko, aitayondaleko, honey, omukwano gwo gwekuliko, tukole biriko. Nkweka kumasukago, tambulire kumatekago, weta kumakonago. I love you baby, olwaleero bawasalawo, wepimira ku sowani kyomalawo, nakoleka wokenjawo. I love you so much. Deep in love, lava kutikiyo kulika kalango, bakulabe bakubeko. Oh baby, aitayondaleko, honey, omukwano gwo gwekuliko, tukole biriko, aitayondaleko, honey, omukwano gwo gwekuliko, tukole biriko. Ogenda bulala kutidde honey, naye ngendako mu Kampala kunoonya money. Never feel like a rest your body. Could you kiss the love y'okubadi? Olina okulava yenkeera nasize bubi onomba kuchencha kakisiko kumacha kampomera kasito kasika nokaleta kujjukira otutudde mu katebe k'emmaawo wanjagala kuba ku nsomero onokkiriza eyonjawo aitayonnabeko mani omukwano gwo gwekuliko tukole biriko. Aitayondaleko, honey, omukwano gwo gwekuliko, tukole biriko. Aitayondaleko, yes, oh my Rafiki. Wakama, when you cry, I'll keep for you and they go die for you. Kakule mpeta tokana, ozeza butambira ng'omwana. Enolava yafedala yakusabira tubenga tetwawukana byonna nina bisana. I love you more than that. I wanna be the father w'abaana babo bosala. Ofuke my baby, yeah. We're too looking and the one you've been looking for. Together with Chachi. Ofuke my baby. We're too looking and the one you've been looking for. Yeah. When proposing atongana, when kuita togana, when go mukono tugana, yeah. Oh baby, chai, wakama. When you cry, I'll keep for you and they go die for you. Together we touch you. Forget my baby. Yeah, we're too looking and the one you've been looking for. Together we touch you. Forget my baby. Yeah, we're too looking and the one you've been looking for. Say let me be the yeah. Let me be the one. See, I don't know what to say now. Go back where we running now. Number where we can go. Together we touch it. Oh, forget my baby. Yeah, we're too looking and the one you've been looking for. Together we touch it. Oh, forget my baby. We're too looking and the one you've been looking for. tugende mu church, yeah. Skinny, they love you one day. Hey, but you look like a name that you've been looking for. I said I gotta love you more. I said I love you more. I said I love you more. Yeah, mama, baby, yeah. Walk on and cry. When you cry, I'll keep for you and they go die for you.
Yeah. I want to be your mommy, oh. I want to be your queen, me no. I want to be your lover, oh. I want to be, yeah. Zonja gatenyo fuse chenena. Mutima ne kwenyenya kwena gamba nti tansobola kiraga nalimu amalala yansobola yakimala ye muntu wange alibanye nakunkyaya nga nalonda ennamba kiri wakize kyannanga nga kiki kyannoonya. I want to be your mommy, yo. I want to be your queen, me no. I want to be your mommy, yo. I want to be your queen, me no. Twale kange paga fuga, kundi ya kwe. Baby kwa jivuga, kundi ya kwe. Twale kange paga fuga, kundi ya kwe. Baby kwa jivuga, kundi ya kwe. Oy, omukwano muzibu gulingo kubala. Awakana buuza njabala ansa ne bwe zibeera ku lupapula. Nga naye olina okuyita ekibuuzo olina okiyita ogwo omukwano bwe guba. Love me baby, love me baby, love me baby. Yeah, love me baby. Love me, baby. Love me, baby. I want to be your mommy, yo. I want to be your queen, me no. I want to be your mommy, yo. I want to be your queen, me no. Twale kange paga fuga, kundi ya kwe. Baby kwa jivuga, kundi ya kwe. Twale kange paga fuga, kundi ya kwe. Baby kwa jivuga, kundi ya kwe. I want to be your mommy, yo. I want to be your queen, me no. I want to be your mommy, yo. I want to be your queen, me no. Azawi, queen, me no. Azawi.
Zenesi tenema zam, dunia tenema zam, tenkozesa bintu bichamu, segu ya mwanadamu, kubaba muli bachamu, muli bachamu. Mzedi wukubera nice, oyagala opportunity nkuwaka chance. Wanuduli ngulira chai, owa matanga kuliko na machani. Waliwe banchunya mu biri ebisibu nga baagala ngweve mu mirimu. Basirwe nawe tope wamatubale 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 kuba kati yefe baliko yefe valiyu yefe simbo nomatuba ndi singo one day nja kubela dabo midule sigino chusa zikube unju ifi anaredona itamanju bali tubalike badde mujuju fe tulye mbona suga na suju tukube vasi nga ziri mubire fata mwana muwola boy tuvimbe. tulia, steady, steady, steady. Get ready, steady, steady, steady. We are ready. Nzene sitene masam, tenko sabintu bicham, vakumwana dam, abamu bacham. Hawa midule sidu, sigino chusa sikubi munju. If you are never dona itamanji, bali tu bali kebate mujuju, fetulie mbona suga na suju. Tukube vasi ngazili mubile, fata mwana muona boy tuvimbe. Wamatbale.
Oh, Kampala, where they can study in the evenings, where they can also do a few things. And I think police is struggling really to work with those who have joined when they are young, when they have future. So that challenge is everywhere. The other thing which I wanted to ask the guild president, don't know whether she's around. Yeah, she's around. I am a leader in my church, but the time is coming when we fear now to speak to our youth. Because when you speak to them, either we don't understand them or they don't understand us. When they speak the way you were speaking, and you fear to talk again. So, and the gap between us, the elders, and our youth is widening. I think we live in two different worlds. For us, we live in another world, in my understanding. Then the youth also live in their own world. So that if we speak, they don't listen, they don't want to hear. I don't know why. Maybe that would be something you need to tell us. Do we live in another world that you don't understand us? Do we speak another language that is difficult to understand? Or do we need to get a middle ground somewhere? For example, like the Mothers Union in my church, they would want to talk about families, which many youth don't want to hear now. Want to talk about how you dress, how you come early, something, greet people, and the youth are into something else. They want to talk about maybe employment, which the elders can't even offer. And I think the other thing, which also relates to police, so many parents have come to me and have said, I found to help me with this child of mine. I am defeated. That's also something I want to request the guild president to think about. This parent is like 65 years, and I am coming to 50 years, and you are defeated. You are 60 something. How will I not be defeated when I'm just 40 something? So where is the problem? One even brought a child who is already at the university and said, Afande, you can even put him in jail, put him inside. Now I ask her, which crime? No, I'm just defeated. We put people, we first charge someone because of committing some crime and we put them inside. We write, and now you say, put him inside. Which crime? Finally, just help me and put him inside. So at police, those are the challenges. But I think also the other thing is I think there's a lot of corruption, not only in monetary terms, but in so many ways. In so many ways, corruption is in police. Someone said it here. Even me, I have ever faced it rough with my fellow officers. So, but I think also that starts from the community itself. It doesn't only start at the police or other institutions. So I think therefore, managing cases, managing issues of children, families become a big problem because of that. And I think that is something that we need to work around it together. So my last comment, again to the guild president, is I'm just wondering, because I'm a child rights advocate, you know this very, very well. But I see in many countries, for example, in US, when Joe Biden was appointing people to work with him, he was appointing people of 80 something, 90, so many of them. But also I learned that they already have like a parliament for the young people separate. So I don't know how we should do it here in Uganda, because there is this kind of like a fight. The old people should leave for that space to work. Should we create another second space for the youth to prepare and replace, well, something like this. This is what I keep wondering. Because it comes back to the family. Someone said it very, very well, my brother. The family is the first place that really should prepare youth, children, starting from when they're still very, very young. But also the families have failed completely. So where is the challenge? Our parents not good enough to teach us, or they don't know what to say to us? What is the problem? What is the problem? Our parents, I'm just asking. Because many youth say, I can't tolerate that man, that woman. Don't they know anything that they should teach the young people also? So these are just some questions that I want to ask. But with a proposal that I keep making, we need a youth department in Uganda Police.
Yes.
Because even the crime, so many people who are coming to police in terms of crime are young people. Then the people who are going to handle them are old people. Should we have a department really to look at the issues of youth, police youth, work with youth to handle youth problems? I cannot push this as myself, but you can do it. You can meet the IGP and the policymakers in the police and ask them. We have Women's Affairs Department, we have other departments, we have so many. We can now have youth department so that the question of youth can be addressed at police. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have left us with so many questions and very few answers. Some were directed to particular individuals and others are general questions. Maybe before I invite the next speaker, I would like to just probably give you a hint on one or two things. Based on my profession, I said I'm a teacher by training. About understanding the youth. First of all, whether we are living in the same generation or different generation, from a scholarly point of view, we are definitely living in a different generation. Society has moved from traditional to modern, and some are even living in postmodern society. And those different phases have got different attributes. The challenge with us in Africa and Uganda in particular is that we have a mix of traditional, modern, some are living in postmodern society. So even parents are finding it hard. The issue of family, first of all, just the understanding of what a family is not what it used to be. So probably we need to, as parents, probably pull ourselves and get to understand the current dynamics for us to be able to deal with that. Otherwise, that is it. This juncture, I would like to invite Dr. Martin to take us through the next item on the agenda. Dr. Martin, you're most welcome.
Thank you.
I think I'm being set up for failure, and I'll explain why. You people have just gone out there and had a sumptuous lunch, right? You've just gone out there and had a sumptuous lunch. The tummy is full. We know what's going on now inside, right? There's a certain metabolism activities happening, and that is likely to dampen the activities of the brain. So I'm being set up to present when everyone is tired and have a good time. So I want to try and keep you awake. Okay? I want to try and keep you awake. Can we all stand up? Can we all stand up? Did every one of us here, each of us introduce ourselves? Oh. Can we? No. This is not an exam. Take it easy. Yeah? Okay. Can we just stretch a little bit? Who is good at these stretching exercises? Mate, come. Yeah, of course. Oh,
Is that enough?
Thank you so much. Yes, and I know you now feel safe, right? My role is to take you through an interesting concept known as Utafiti Sera. And I have only one slide, and I want to speak through that slide. I have told Victoria that I know I'm okay if I fail to succeed in communicating what I want to communicate. But I still want to try, and I hope that I'll get your attention through it. Now, one of the major challenges that we face globally, and particularly in our part of the world, in this continent, is how to deal with coming up with policies or programs that are informed by evidence. I'm trained in the field of public health and primary care. We talk about evidence-based, right? Evidence-based decision making. And when you talk about evidence-based decision making, it assumes that the decisions around actions or programs have been based on robust evidence. I will explain. Just work with me. Take it easy. If it is too technical, I want to break it down into non-technical language. Okay. So you remember during the outbreak of COVID, countries globally struggled to understand what are the best interventions to control the spread of this. A couple of suggestions were put across. Social distance. Initially, it was said 1 meter apart, right? Then it went to 1.2 or 1.5. Some say 2 meters, right? Then they say wash your hands. But when you wash your hands, you have to wash your hands with a soap-based solution, right? Chemical, whatever it is. And you cannot just wash your hands under 10 seconds. Initially, it was saying minimum rub for 10 seconds and allow the water to flow through for at least 10 seconds. Then it's now moved from 10 to 20 seconds to minimum 20 seconds. If you've used the cloakrooms around here, there's a clear message there. Clear case, you need to wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. All right? Then there was the advice about keep the windows open. Then there was about the advice about cough into your elbow. And then you can't greet each other through the palm, right? How do you greet each other? Where do you cough? How do you greet each other? Right? So all these were hypothetical situations as researchers struggled to find a solution to how do you control the plague. Indeed, there is a growing amount of evidence that now suggests that face masks, specific type of face masks, are not effective in controlling the spread of COVID.
So it doesn't matter how many times you wear it. You have to wear a specific type of face mask in order to prevent the spread of the virus. What am I saying? Until the evidence is robust enough to warrant a policy or a program action, any decision that is being taken around specific actions is speculative. And we want to move the continent, we want to move ourselves away from speculation to a situation whereby evidence actually is considered. And that's why we talk about informed rather than based. And when we say informed, we take into consideration the fact that in many places, it is not just the scientific evidence that informs decision making. Other things come into play, right? The interest of the political party comes into play. How do we decide that we're going to build this number of hospitals in this place? How do we decide that we're going to give youth this amount of money or grants during this period of time? There's a lot of interest that come into play. Because we're human beings and because we live in society, we have to consider those interests. But we are saying, as you consider those interests, key should be the evidence base, okay? And this is what PASGA has come about with, which is to develop what we call an innovative evidence-informed policy-making approach that bridges the gap between researchers, Victoria and myself, and policymakers such as the commissioner who has just left, right? Because researchers were used to writing in our own language, we're used to the technical stuff. The commissioner or the people who implement this thing are not used to it. The youth, for instance, you know, in Kenya we have a new language called, it's not new, it's a common language, or a string of language, sharing. A lot of youths today communicate through it. But as technology has grown, a lot of youth also have developed the ability to write in short forms, right? Sometimes I get texts from my nieces and nephews, and I'm like, hey, hold on. What are you saying, right? Because it has a lot of X and Y and Z and whatever. And I'm like, okay, I don't understand any of this. Now, if you have to engage that kind of a demographic, that kind of a population, you have to be accommodative of their language, right? The soldier just told us here and asked an important question. Are we working enough to understand each other, the older generation and the newer generation? Now, what PASGA does and what we do is to constitute what we call communities of practice. And in our own language, we use the term a house. The theory around this practice is that when you bring people together, such as we have done, when you provide people with agency so that they speak in their own language, they speak for themselves, right? Directly for themselves. When you bring multiple stakeholders, government officials, community members, the youth, the security team that is here, academics, you have a higher chance of achieving consensus around an issue than when everyone else is doing their thing on their own. So this approach is informed by the fact that society is integrated, right? We are talking about giving youth a voice and listening to what youth want. But the youth are not living in a vacuum, right? They're living in society. That society has older people, it has government, it has security officials, it has teachers, it has all manner of professions, right? So if the society has to perform and do well, you can't just say, let's listen to the youth and do what the youth want. We have to find a way of leveraging the voice of everyone for the better, for the betterment of the entire society, okay? So this is the thinking around Utafiti Sera. So we form what we call a house. Utafiti Sera comes from the Swahili word, for those of you who know Swahili, the term research policy. Utafiti means research, Sera means policy, okay? I hope you could give me a Ugandan version of this. I would really love to take a Ugandan version of it with me. So you bring stakeholders together in what you see there, which looks like a house. It can be think tanks, it can be research organizations, it can be non-governmental organizations, it can be the media who are present here today. And when you have done that, you then work with them together to map and synthesize available evidence. Okay. So what is the challenge that the Ugandan youth are facing? And you've just had our panel, you've just had comments from the team about the key issues that they see are affecting the Ugandan youth. Once that has been done and you've worked together to identify the key stakeholders, which is what we will do today as well, you then package that evidence into formats that can be used by different groups of people. So the youth might be able to understand pictures better, right? They might be able to appreciate cartoons better. In fact, some youths these days communicate through, what are those things called? Emojis. Or emojis, but they are drawings that they do in public spaces. Graffiti. Yes, graffiti. A lot of youth now communicate themselves through graffiti. There is also a huge group of youth today who communicate through music, what we call popular culture, okay? So they want to challenge corruption in government, they sing. They want to complain about being ignored, they sing. They develop poems, right? So we package the information in formats and in systems that are able to be understood by a variety of audiences. And for this project, we look forward to doing policy briefs. We look forward to working with you to do infographics. We look forward to working with you to do videos and videographies. And where possible, we look forward to working with you to do podcasts. Then you communicate this through forums such as this, regular, intense, connected conversations, such as what we are having today. You encourage policy debates at different levels, at our level with government, with organizations, through the social media, for instance, Facebook, Twitter, and in the hope that that then can help you to influence change. And as you do that, you could also work with experts such as Professor Kabonesa as policy influencers or policy champions who help you to enhance the voice and the things that you want to do. So in brief, this is what Utafiti Sera is about. It's about co-creating together, okay? It's about mutual respectful conversation between multiple stakeholders to say that I might be knowledgeable in a given area, but I'm not, I'm not the monolith, I'm not the owner of every knowledge. Your knowledge, your experience counts as well. Okay? Someone might have a degree, but someone might be an entrepreneur with experiential knowledge. Knowledge that comes out of practice. That counts. All right? Someone might be a university student. They live every day in the university. They experience the challenges facing the youth in the community where they live. When they come to the table, such as what has happened today, they can speak for those youth. And as researchers, as government, we have to listen to that kind of thing. Why? Because it is real knowledge. The days when knowledge only was knowledge when it is defined by a professor are gone. Okay? The days when knowledge was only knowledge when the government says it is knowledge are gone. The church elder, the pastor, the teacher, the headmistress or the head we call them school prefects, I don't know what you call them. The youth leader in the village has real experiences to bring to the table that we all have to respect. Okay, so mutual respectful conversations that emphasize and amplify the voice of everyone. And importantly, it is about listening and listening. Right? Listening and listening. So Victoria and team will be going around the country, as she explained earlier, to listen to the youth. And what is listen to? We want to sit back and listen to what you say. We don't want to come and lecture you. This is what Utafiti Sera is about. And I hope that you can be excited enough to work with us through this journey. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manzi.
Thank you, Martin, for that. Now we are going to the next step, and I want to do something. We want to go to the breakout. We want to do 3 groups. We want to discuss some questions that I'm going to share with you now in these 3 groups for 30 minutes. Then we come back into the plenary for feedback session, each group to give us the feedback within 10 minutes. So in your groups, please select a chairperson or a facilitator and a secretary who will be writing the notes. And then when you come, when we are doing the feedback session, the secretary or whoever you will decide will present for just 10 minutes each. So Elijah is going to project the question, but the question basically revolves around number 1 question is about the mapping of the stakeholders. So in your groups, you will have to discuss which stakeholders we are missing, who you think we should bring on board in this project, who will be part of us. That will be number 1 question. And then number 2 will be, how do we sustain this stakeholder? How do we ensure that we work together with this stakeholder from now till we are done with this project? So it's about the stakeholder mechanism. How do we ensure that we don't leave someone or any major stakeholder behind? And then question 3 would be anything missing. Victoria had given us the overview of the project. She had also given us the research questions. So anything missing from the research questions that we will add, anything missing that from the Victoria's presentation that you think we need to incorporate, you will need to discuss that as the 3rd question. So I've just summarized them. I don't know if they are. Yes, we will share with you. So myself, Victoria, Sally will be moving the group and share with you these questions as I also try to zoom them. So this is how I want to divide ourselves. We have been together in our table for so long. So I want to mix us. I want to mix the table. So this is what I'll do. So we are only going to do 3 groups. So I'll say number 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So the 1s will be in the 1 group, 2s in the 2, 3 in another group. Is that fine? I want us to be so that you get to interact with someone you have not talked to. You know you'll be together. I need you to know these guys so that you talk as you discuss the questions, right? So let's start. 1, say 1. 1, 2, 3, 2. 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3. Then I come here, 3. Now I will skip you. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and Mateo will be with you. So all the 3s, you can't be there. All the 1s there, all the 2s here. Yes, you don't even need to sit. You have to stretch. You don't need to. I want you to stretch as you can. So this is group number 3, all the 3s. And this one is all the 1s. All the 1s. All the 1s. All the 1s. All the 2s. So in the group have the chair, the person to lead at the back and 1 person to take the notes. So then the person will present. during the feedback. We only have 30 minutes. I'm starting to count now.
We have quick chat.
All the questions? Yes. Yes, please. All the questions that are supposed to be discussed, I do after writing.
social
Someone has that. Money. They give the 100,000.
How do we sustain coming to this no, we are saying that you. How can we sustain? How can we work together? How can that without protecting
Are we finished 10 minutes?
Yes. You're supposed to finish at what time? 8 minutes before. 20 minutes before. Because they're supposed to stop. 42. Still have 40 minutes.
That's what I asked to him. Because we're giving them, whenever we how we are going with this, I'm now putting it.
This as we are discussing, you should be mindful of time. Mindful of time. Okay. Yes, so we should be starting on question 2.
Yeah, so we are explaining. No, gone from but where?
Elijah. Yes. Uko tu sawa. Weka udumentu kwa research station nzuri.
Hello members, I've been advised to remind you that let's start the presentation. I believe you have what a leader and the secretary. Please let the group leaders prepare and present the findings. Can we start with group one? Where is group one? Group one, where are you? Yes. Please members, request the student of group one, please come and share with us your findings. Can you pay attention to group leader of group one?
Thank you very much. We were group one. For question one, who is which institutions?
Please, the discussion has stopped. Mr. Shah and the team, the discussion has stopped. Madam President and the team, the discussion has stopped. Okay, you can please.
Thank you very much. We were group one. Question one, which institutions or stakeholders are missing? We thought, first of all, the youth MPs, because they are policymakers who are directly responsible for the youth. First of all, we started with the youth MPs, then the district community development department. Then religious leaders, we have, I think we did more the religious leaders, probably their umbrella body, the religious council, to be around. Then parents and guardians. We also need to hear their say. Then the ministries of relevant ministries involved with youth activity. For example, the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Finance and Development, Economic Planning, Energy and Mineral Development, Science and Technology, mostly. Then we also thought of the council leaders having a kind of body, other than having, because right now we have a few who are represented, but if you have the other umbrella body, we have to invite more. Then question two,
Question 2, we thought of how can we sustain this one by regular communication with the stakeholders, quarterly meetings, sharing annual reports, regular consultation with key activities, consultation with the stakeholders on key activities. Then funding, which is very important also for all the stakeholders, and also sourcing for more funding opportunities for the stakeholders to help us to sustain this project. Question 3, we thought we couldn't really identify anything missing in the question, the research question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, members of Group 1, for that wonderful deliberation. I think we have learned a lot from you. This juncture, I would like to call the group leader of Group 2. Please come on. Oh, are there questions for Group 1? Please, if there is, you can just raise up your hand and give you the mic. Questions for Group 1 after their presentation? I think there is none. Oh, there's a question.
I didn't catch the name of the presenter. Andrew. Andrew, how do you want the reports to be shared with you? And is this the normal report? Do you want me to just write the normal report? Or is there a language or preference? How better do we really reach you such a long?
Thank you so much. We thought as stakeholders who were selected to attend this workshop by this organization, when we go back, we are going to implement, because the knowledge we are getting here is not being left here. Whenever we implement, let us share a report with this organization. We must be close to one another. That is how it can consolidate us. When I write my annual plan, an annual report, why don't I share with you so that you can see how you can support me after? So the issue of reporting was coming to us, reporting to that side, so that when you get opportunities of funding projects, you can always consider we the stakeholders who you have mentioned disseminate this message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sera. Okay, I have been advised that let's have members of Group 2. Please, who's ready to present for?
No, I'm not. I need to use the mic. Okay, thank you. Did you sanitize that? Okay, thank you very much, moderator. By names, I'm known as Asale Deborah. I work with the National Union of the Disabled Persons of Uganda, that is NEDIPU. And it so happened I didn't introduce myself. I think I arrived a little bit late, but NEDIPU is the National Umbrella of Persons with Disabilities, mainly charged with the duties of advocating for the rights of persons with disability across Uganda. One thing on a call to Victoria, NEDIPU as a national umbrella has actually given birth to an organization which is youth-led, and it is called Show Abilities Uganda. It is my prayer and recommendation that we bring them on board as stakeholders in this project. Thank you very much. On behalf of Group 2, we managed to identify stakeholders to be involved in this project. Who are the stakeholders? I think this is the first thing we need to appreciate, that a stakeholder are institutions, individuals that you have to identify and bring on board to work with you throughout the project implementation period. And as Group 2, the stakeholders we managed to identify was, one of it actually is Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, which we think we need to bring. Actually, we need to collaborate with this ministry because it's our mother. Whatever we are going to do around employment belong to Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Then we also went ahead and identified Ministry of Trade. We identified the Public Service Commission. Why? Because these are the people who are charged with giving out jobs. Then we also identified the Equal Opportunity Commission, which promotes equality across. Then we managed to identify Ministry of Internal Affairs. We also managed to identify Ministry of Health. Why? Because a healthy youth is a healthy nation. Then we went ahead and identified that is Human Resource Managers Association of Uganda. Why? Because we know in every organization right now we have the human resource managers. So they have to be in the know of the need of the youths in the nation. So it's very important for us to bring them on board. We also identified the involvement of Federation of Uganda Employers is very key in this project, especially when we talk about employment of the youths in Uganda. Religious leaders, we need to bring them on board. Why? Because we know they have a very big influence when it comes to decision-making and implementation of these decisions. Of course, not forgetting the media houses. We know with media, without media, you cannot do anything. Why? Because of the wider coverage. We believe whatever we are discussing here today, if you look at the social media, Facebook, I was seeing a lady there, it's all over the social media platforms. So in one way or the other, it promotes sensitization and awareness creation across all the people in the nation. Going further to question number 2, where we talked about, who can remind me of question number 2? Group 2, please. I need your participation here. Sustainability? How should we sustain the stakeholders? How should we maintain them on board? Because we have realized most of them, we identify them in the initial stages, we bring them on board. After 1 or 2 months, they're out. They are not being involved. They are no longer contributing to your project or objectives. So we are saying, what should we do to ensure that all the stakeholders we have identified and brought on board? Someone has raised up her hand, but I request you allow me submit, then maybe we would give you time to respond.
Please, you have about 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm going to wrap it up. What we are going to do, we have looked at setting up responsibilities, assigning up responsibilities to the different stakeholders. If you've brought FUE on board, what is the responsibility? So that they know every time there is a meeting, they know we have been assigned a responsibility to contribute towards the project. Then we have also talked about monitoring and evaluation. This is something that we can always involve stakeholders during our project implementation. They can always go to the field and monitor together with us what we have done so far, where we are, where we want to be, and see if really we are moving in the right direction. Then we have also talked about stakeholder engagement, like where we are right now, this meeting today, I would call it a stakeholder engagement meeting. It's always very important. And through these meetings, we are able to share ideas, share the experiences, give them feedback on what is going on ground. The other thing we also thought about is coming up with a stakeholder forum, like WhatsApp group, where we always post, give them feedback on what is happening on ground, people share information, and then see how best we can move forward. Okay, I think these are some of the areas we looked at in regards to the ways of ensuring that sustainability of stakeholders is maintained. Any other thing that was left out from Victoria's presentation? Group 2 suggested, okay, they came up with youth governance and employment. And then the other question was, or other concern, is how disability inclusive was the research. When we are talking about disability inclusiveness, to me, as a focal person representing persons with disability from Nudipu, yes, we have another person from Buganda Kingdom, but as said, Nudipu being a national umbrella, Buganda Kingdom still belongs to this Nudipu. We are wondering how inclusive is the disability in regards to the research that has been presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Group 2, for that wonderful presentation. This juncture, if you have a question or questions for members of Group 2, now is the time. Your hand was high. Please, Nabote.
Thank you. I wanted to react to her approach of the question and the answers she has given. I imagine the sustainability is of the intention of what is being done. We are not sustaining stakeholders, but we are sustaining our intention. For example, the intention of what is being done is the resilience, the aspirations of the youth. So if Victoria was not there today, in the 5 years, can the youth in the 5 years after still carry on her intention? I think that's what we're not us sustaining the stakeholders. Okay, the project, after the 5 years have gone on, okay, have passed, can the effects and the impact of the project continue? I think that's what we're looking at.
I think there's a debate there, but we have to leave it for another day. Someone has spoken that those answers are correct. Okay, at this juncture, I'd like to invite the presenter of Group 3, please. The floor is yours. Group 3, please.
Good evening, sons and daughters of Abraham. You're not responding to us. Good evening, daughters and sons of Abraham. Okay, thank you very much. Before here is the mighty three that are Group name. And with me, I'm with Mr. Victor. I love the energy in the house. So straight to the question. Question 1, we are tasked to identify which stakeholders are being left out. Allow me to take you through that. Then Victor will take you in part 2. Then I'll summarize it part 3. We have the parents, as other groups have said. This is the core element. We look at parents inclusively at all levels. Parents with disabilities, parents of young people, parents in culture and traditional, urban parents, and local parents. Faith-based institutions, we would love to include all the religion and people concerned in terms of our hearts. You see how the religious people can help us get information. The National Youth Council, we could be happy if we could see the chairman of the youth at all divisions and all areas. It is the core element. The cultural institution, we look about, fine, we have here the Uganda Kingdom on board. We want to hear the Banyala also being put here. Look about the Bunyaruguru people, the Konjo people. When we go to our friends in Lila, and all that, please, we could feel we shall be at summary. Legal, strong, human rights networks. We need lawyers. which is paying the young people, those are legal. You look for fairness and they are not people. So today we are talking about this project. But when you think our money, you don't have someone to help you to get that human right. So we should bring those people on board. Local government. Look about LOC 5 councillors. You can't do anything for the young people. When the district cover, Uganda, why did you approach me? Because local council, LOC 5, LOC 4, where are they? They could, this is part of their role and their work. Youth entrepreneurs at all levels. We talk about the formal and informal. We have a lot of our brothers and sisters in the border riders. Those are look at speak good Uganda and good Luganda there. Where are they? We want them to be part of this because they are going to be the agent into this project. Traditional healers. We have the mama feelers, those people who tell these young people, when you take this herb, you get abortion, you do this, those people should also be here. We don't want them listening to that. We are requesting, not commanding. Then the NSSF team, our money. Some of us even we don't know when we should get that money out. Some of us, our organization, we are not getting that NSSF. Other institutions are employing us, and the young people are not getting the NSSF pay. If you leave these people outside, how will the future of the young people be in the coming years? We are requesting to include them in this project. Allow me to pay there. Please, Victor, take it up.
Thank you very much. I'll be Kida for team number 3, the Mighty Trees. And I'm here coming with question number 2 that was assigned to us. That is, how can we make this sustainable, or how can we keep on engaging the stakeholders that we have put into play? So by number 1, it's information dissemination. We keep the information flowing to the people through these stakeholders, just like the people of group number 1 communicated earlier on. That if a person comes here, they shouldn't keep quiet about whatever they have learned here. They should go on and keep on disseminating the information. And secondly, it is skilling. This was discussed even earlier by our panelists. We should keep on skilling the people. For example, we talked about youth and employment, unemployment, all that. We should keep on skilling them. So through that, these stakeholders are going to keep on being engaged, and we shall keep on going on with this project. And the other one is mentorship. Like if we keep on mentoring people, and a person is mentored, of course it is similar to number 1, in that the person will keep on mentoring another person, and the chain will continue flowing. And the other one is peer education. In that, for example, I've come here as a student, joining university in my first year. So through that, I should just go on educating people of my age, because they will keep on listening to me, and they will keep on being engaged. And through that, we shall have all these stakeholders, as earlier mentioned, we shall keep them in play. And the other stakeholders meetings, now these ones are even cheaper to sustain, because you'll need minimum facilitations and so on and so forth. And then the other is clubs in institutions and schools. Now, we thought that this could come in even at an earlier stage, from primary level, secondary schools, even institutions of higher learning. That if we have like sort of a club or an organization in a school and other institutions of learning, the people themselves will keep it running, and even our project, which we are currently working on, will also go on running, and which is even at a very much cheaper cost for us. And the other is IEC materials. That's information dissemination also through materials like covers, banners, and all that, and also to do with the media. And of course, talk about media, you can't talk about keeping the information flowing and we forget talking about social media. So you have to organize platforms on social media, Twitter spaces, and WhatsApp groups also to keep the information flowing. And self spaces. Now, this is the point to focus on self spaces as areas in our localities where a person can go and have sort of rehabilitation in that particular place. In that, in case I have faced gender-based violence, maybe at home, I can go to that place for rehabilitation in that safe space. And then we should also go ahead and encourage group formation. It is also linking to the clubs in schools, but the group formation, it's mainly focusing at the person who is not in school, but that youth who is out there and want to give a helping hand. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I would like to hand over to
Pedna, I would request that you earlier was 2 to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Without wasting time, anything missing from the research, districts of study, we could request you to add that. Tax exemption. Districts of study in the research question. When we look about those districts, at least the researchers should engage that into that. Tax exemption, we feel it is a burden which is killing us. Then, without leaving financial interest into it, can we engage the knowledge in finance compared to this? Because money handling is a resource. Then finally, how do you build purpose in lives of youth? Most are drug and alcohol abuse. There is a lot of emotional problem among the young people. How can we conquer psychologists and people to get this person? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, for that wonderful discussion. I can see there's quite a lot that came out. Ms. Jansha, if there are questions for members of group, please you can raise up your hand and give you the mic. Are there questions for group 3? Are there additions? Yes, Mr. Shah has something to say.
I'm a member of this group. There was we went through, I think, bullet number, the second last bullet. It was blah, 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 but we informed MasterCard Foundation program. And our feeling was, I was sharing with the group, but you're harassing us with it. So not only MasterCard, but the government and civil society policies and programs.
Thank you very much. I did intend to harass members of group and that's trying to manage time. Ms. Dash, I would like to take the mic back to Mr. Jill.
Thank you. I would want to welcome Sari. Take us through this very short exercise for only 2 minutes, and then we proceed. Sari.
Thank you so much, Jim. Good afternoon, participants. Well, we are going to go through a simple exercise. It is a post-evaluation exercise. Each one of us is going to fill an evaluation form. We're going to do this online. Please have your laptop with you, have your phone with you, connect to the Wi-Fi. Can you please put that in the source?
Yeah, I'll keep it reaching.
My battery. We're going to get online. We're going to put in the link and we shall have the form. Are we ready? Please go to Google. We're going to put in Survey Monkey. If this first HTTP from www, those ones now. We are putting in surveymonkey.com. Surveymonkey.com /R/9. Those last letters are all capital. X, K, L, X, T, P. We are putting in surveymonkey.com. Yes, surveymonkey.com/ara/9. Then the last letters are all capital. Capital X, capital K, capital L, capital X, capital T, and capital P. The last letters are all capital. And some are asking for the password for the Wi-Fi. It is the other side, Proteacom. Then if you put in that link, it will lead you to the form. Yes, please.
Very well. I request you to repeat it from there.
Okay. Let me spell. We are writing survey monkey. Survey is SURVEY. Then monkey, don't leave a space. MONKEY. Without a space, survey monkey. Then .com. Then /ara/9. Then those last ones are all capital letters. XKLXTP. Has everyone got their phone? When you get it, please fill it. Where they're asking, are you male or female, or you don't want to mention, make a choice. Just click on one of them. Oh, whichever. Click on one of them and you move on. It will give you, we press OK and continue to the next question. So it will give you all questions up to the last one.
From 1 to 15, actually.
Sorry? Should I read it again? surveymonkey.com/ara/9. Then these are capital letters. X, K, L, X, T, P.
Then the password.
The password? The Wi-Fi password?
This survey monthly.
No, it will take you straight to the link.
No, you don't.
If you're through, you can just put up a hand and we see if we have anyone who has completed it.
Yeah. That's why I did brought it. This one. Let me go grab it. It's the first.
Deborah, are you? Okay. Anyone finding difficulty in doing it? Can I use
Maybe you can try.
Sera.
Please, if you have failed, please online put up the hand and we'll see how we can help.
Anybody speak further? I've shared amount of for those who do not completely go through. Anybody who is struggling? Let's I think we're online. You have about 1 week to assignments. Please, if you need the hard copy or the survey, you can just look at your hand as you see the moment here. Sometimes modern technology can be quite challenging. Should we continue? So at this juncture, I would like to take this opportunity to invite Dr. Vilki to come and share with us the way forward. About 5 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate the 5 minutes you've given me. We are really getting so close to the end, and it feels nice and it feels refreshing. I just can't get tired of saying thank you so much for committing your valuable time. In the way forward, I wish to pose 2 questions. One is, after all we've had for today, how many of us are still interested in this whole thing? By show of hands. Okay, so by show of hands, following what you've had today, morning to evening, how many of us are still, or maybe how many of us have gained interest in this thing? Who wants to be here again for this project? So if we were to make a percentage out of 100, this would be what? Joe, you're not interested? I'm going to call names now. Okay, same question to mine, that's interesting. 110%. 110, thank you so much. I think it's a 95% interest, or maybe 100. So thank you so much. Then I have another simple question. Did you hear the way Martin presented? You know, I'm really working on my Swahili. Utafiti, Sera. Can you try to get a phrase, a word in our local language that means that word? What does it mean? That the man explained here. Utafiti, Sera. Research communities? But the big person is here. Why don't we request you to please just say it again, like what it means?
Research policy. So I'd love to hear from the youth. What does it mean in your local language?
Research policies?
What is our local language?
Yours. You just say it in yours, because that's how we think fast.
Research policy, please. Is there an equivalent?
People who think in Uganda. Okay. Alu should give us one also. Huh? Kawefube mu kunoonyereza. Kati poliisi ekirirudawo. Kawefube mu kunoonyereza. Okay.
Kunoonyereza wamu n'enkola.
Kunoonyereza
wamu n'enkola.
Kunoonyereza wamu n'enkola. Research and practice. Policy. Yeah. Okay.
Oza kyandibadde okunoonyereza n'enkwasaganya oba okunoonyereza n'okuteekesa mu nkola.
Okunoonyereza
n'okuteekesa mu nkola.
Okay. At least one thing that's constant is kunoonyereza. We agree on that. Kunoonyereza is research. The hard part is the other one now. Policy. Maybe we may not get the word itself, but we contextualize it to what it means.
But we have scholars in the house, maybe they can help us to break down what we mean by policy. Maybe from the definition, we can get an equivalent.
Yeah, I don't know. Prof, in Rutoro, it's okay. In Rutoro, I don't even know. You see how hard it is to do research. Now imagine going to the communities and explaining these things. If us who understand both languages, we can't break the thing down. What happens when we are there? That's why we need to have this kind of engagement. So we really say something that makes sense to the community. Otherwise, we go up there and talk about things and we can't relate what we are saying. So I saw a hand up, Innocent. I think he wanted to say something. He'll be the last one. He's there. That one, moving his hand.
Yes, so that you have something. I think it is
Okay, I think this is food for thought. We are going to go and we keep thinking about it. Maybe the next time we meet, we shall have a proper way of localizing the concept. Swahili is local, but it's not so local to Uganda. So it's international. So we're trying so hard to find the best way to suit it. And that's one of the things we are going to, maybe the next time we meet, we shall be able to have a, you know, I was talking and someone was telling me it's called a chimeza. You know chimeza? Yes, where people come and they start this, not the table, the chimeza concept. Yes. That you know, people would meet different stakeholders, come together and they discuss. Do you think chimeza reflects this, what we want to do? Without politicizing. Sorry? Research. Okay, then maybe we can.
And deals with as research, because when I speak, what I speak could be part of the research and the knowledge you are going to use to make a policy.
Okay.
Yes. So as we discuss here, whatever we are discussing will be very crucial in writing some policies. We don't know whether other stakeholders will engage after this discussion, but now maybe we start, this is a chimeza we have gone through today, we share experiences, given new knowledge that you use to develop policies.
Okay.
In a rule,
you're talking about chimeza. Chimeza is too much. It's a concept of where the fireplace is lit and people come and discuss a number of things. They talk about a problem and they come up with a solution. So it is called
Domash.
Yeah.
I hope the person writing has gotten that word. It seems to reflect really what we want. Kind of that setting where one is free to really deliberate. Yes, Francis?
Thank you. You are really simple now.
It's now coming?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll give for Lano and for Choli.
Okay.
For Lano, also close to what you are saying, is one or.
Is what?
One or is like a fireside chat. One or. Then it's actually Kabake.
Kabake.
Kabake. They have a lot of parliament discussions, but the local language called Kabake. The thing that Honorable Nabi used to do in Australia, we call it Kabake.
Kabake. Okay. Thank you. I think this helps us draw the concept closer to ourselves. So it's that kind of thing that we are looking at. It's where we can come and freely share and discuss and, get to that position where we understand each other, whether you're a youth, whether you're a minister, whatever it is, from your various capacities, we come to this level where we communicate with each other. So I think for me, the way forward has been made clear. We know what it is that we're going to do. And we've committed, people are willing and are still interested in having such conversations. So I'll just continue with How many minutes do I have? Thank you. I'm ready. Thank you so much. And I'm happy that we managed to break it down to terms that we really relate to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Utafiti. Our dear guests and dear participants, we almost coming to an end. We have 2 more items on our agenda. And very briefly, I would like to take this opportunity to invite Professor Consolata Vanessa to give us a vote of thanks. So you are most welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator. I would like to start by thanking the participants, because if you did not come, we wouldn't have this occasion. So I would really like to thank you for taking off your time and come to discuss this important issue. As we already heard and discussed, the youth is an area which is left out, as we can say, but also which needs a lot of attention. As we heard, the youth, we don't understand them and they don't understand us for a number of reasons. So I would like to thank you very much for doing that. I would like to thank all those who participated, engaged actively in the discussions. I would like to thank the panelists. They were really very great. Yes, they were able to give us the context and to give us the issues. So thank you very much indeed, the panelists. I would like to thank all those who have helped us. The hotel where we are, they've been very good at serving us. We would like to thank the media. They were here in large numbers. We thank them for turning up and for ensuring that this program will be in the media. We would like to thank our moderator, because without him, of course, we would be everywhere, would be going back and forth, not following a particular line or structure. Now, we would like to thank, of course, the rapporteurs, those ladies behind there. Thank you for doing a good job. And now I would like to thank Dr. Victoria Namugala and her team for making sure that this proposal, you will clap at the end, for making sure that this proposal is very well represented in Uganda. As you can see, we are all coming from different places, different areas, different backgrounds, which is very, very important and crucial for us to see what we can do for the youth. I would like to thank the commissioner who is not here. I'm not going into a particular order because it is very important for government to come and support us when we talk about these issues. The Ministry of Gender is very well represented. Thank you for coming, because it is you guys who actually make sure that the youth and all of us in employment can be where we are. For the police, thank you. How do they do it? Like this? Thank you very much for coming, because it is you actually who has to guide us. What happens if the youth are brought to your place? And they are brought to your place, believe me, it is because the parents really have failed. And they haven't failed because they can't do it. They have failed because we are in a different age. Remember, the youth have smartphones. Some of the parents have never seen a smartphone. The youth have access to all this global knowledge and influence. And the parent down there has no clue what is going on even in Kampala. So they bring them because really they've been left out. The parents are left out, not the youth. The youth have gone miles and miles, have shot up, they are reaching Mars. The parent is way down on Earth. So that's the reason. Actually, one time I thought I should bring one of my boys to you. Same thing. Yes, same thing. Because you see, at times we think that if they can't listen to us, they will really listen to you. They will listen to you. When you talk to them, they will listen. Because that's why we have that child, family and child protection unit, that when they are brought there, they will shape up. And I've seen parents actually who have taken them there, not in prison, family and child protection unit, and they have shaped up. So thank you very much for coming and for gracing this occasion. Now, let's move to our brothers next door. Dr. Martin Atale Taylor. I'm very bad with names. Dr. Martin Atela and Dr. Anthony the Young. Thank you very much indeed. It is because of you thinking about us, your brothers and sisters in Uganda, that we are part of this program. We are part of this project. Because there are so many other countries in Africa. But they said, let's go to our neighbors. Let's go to our sisters, our brothers, our grandfathers and grandmothers. Thank you very much indeed for thinking about us, for that inclusion. And it is very important because, you know, next time we might be in your country or you might be here. The youth crossover and your youth. There is a time actually in Makerere when we were almost having more students from Kenya than Ugandans. Until you did something in Kenya. There is something you did that overturned the entire system. So it is very important that we work together, and our brothers have shown us that these cross-border lines are not there. Those are theories, but we need to work together if we are going to uplift our region and if we are going to uplift Africa as a whole. And so lastly, but not least, MasterCard. Where would we go without MasterCard? So I would like to thank, I think they are listening somewhere. Is Sheila listening? She may be listening, she may be in, or at least there must be somebody who is listening. If not, Professor Ayo Ajebode. We want to thank MasterCard for providing us an opportunity. This is a big opportunity for us ourselves to look at ourselves. What is it that we want to do with our youth? To engage with our youth, to work with them so that we can promote Africa, so that we can be somewhere also, so that our youth are not left behind. Because we know actually in the African continent, this is where we have the majority of the youth. So thank you very much, MasterCard, and thank you very much again and again. And please, when they call on you to come, please come like you did today. Thank you very much indeed.
Can we once again give a hand of applause to our professor? Thank you. At this juncture, we are almost coming to an end. There is still one more item on the agenda, and that is the closing remarks. Maybe I need to bring to your attention that this conference is both physical and virtual. So our next speaker is online, and at this point I'd like to invite Professor Ojebodi Ayo to give us a closing remark. He's from MasterCard Foundation. Thank you very much, Prof. How's your time?
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It's indeed my pleasure to bring a few words from the head of research of MasterCard Foundation, Professor Tade Aina. With me online is my colleague at the foundation, Vanessa Bartblanche. Vanessa has commanded me to speak on behalf of both of us. I've been part of the discussions for a large part of today, starting from 9 o'clock when you started, which was 7 o'clock my time, and 1 a.m. Vanessa's time. And this has been really very motivating and exciting day for me. I've been impressed, very sincerely impressed by the quality of the contribution, by the diversity of the participants, and by the depth of the insight and commitment, sense of commitment that have been brought to bear on the discussions and on the conversations and on the process of setting up the Utafiti Sera houses. And this is really an exciting thing because we do not want to take for granted the fact that your enthusiasm is very infectious. The aim and the vision of the MasterCard Foundation is to create 30 million jobs in Africa by the year 2030. And these jobs will go exclusively to young people. Among these young people, among these 30 million young people, 21 million will be ladies. Now, the logic becomes very clear. We have, in the country where I live, we have a very famous musician called Falz. Falz's father and mother sent him to the university to study law because they are also lawyers. And they thought he would graduate and inherit their legal estate. Well, he went and studied law, came back and gave them their certificate, not his, because he didn't have ownership, he didn't believe in that profession. And then he went into music. At the end of the day, he's one of the most famous musicians in Nigeria. His story teaches us that we should not always decide for young people. We should let them be part of the decisions that affect them. And so MasterCard Foundation wants to understand youth aspirations before, during, and after COVID, so that then that will guide the process of midwifing provision of these 30 million youths. Imagine if you create 10 million job opportunities for welders, and all the youths in the country, none of them want to be a welder. That would be a waste. So the place to start is to understand youth aspiration and their resilience. And that is why this study is commissioned and is funded by MasterCard in 7 countries in Africa, one of which is Uganda. And MasterCard does not conduct research without working with those who know what to do. That was why PASGA was chosen, because of its track record of multi-country analysis and studies are in areas of governance and youth employment. And from what we have seen this evening, starting from this morning, PASGA has also successfully proven that the trust that the foundation has in it is not misplaced. So I congratulate Dr. Martin Atella, who has shown brilliance, who has shown good sense of judgment in selecting a team of researchers that we can really indeed trust and be proud of. I'm also strongly willing to commend the team in Uganda for all the good work you have done, the customization of the research, and the contextualization of the whole idea of the study in a way that it is Ugandan, it speaks Ugandan, and it speaks to Uganda is something that only very experienced experts like Vicky and team could have done. Now it is in our hands, ladies and gentlemen. We have to actively be part of this work because MasterCard can fund the work, PASGA can then choose the team, and then the team can do the research, but the team cannot turn these research findings into policies. They cannot make use of the research findings. This is why we are all gathered here from different ministries and agencies and non-governmental organizations, so that when the findings of this research comes out, then they will look like our findings rather than findings being imposed on us by MasterCard through PASGA, through Dr. Vicky and team. So let us continue with our interaction over this work so that we will see it to its successful completion, that's one, but so that these findings can also be funneled into the policy-making processes and decisions of our government, of our organizations, and of us as individuals, employees and employers. So this is just the beginning. MasterCard is thankful for the work done, but we also look forward to further engagement with you, with the team, and with everyone. Okay, so now I have to feel like a big man. With the authority vested on me, I hereby declare this workshop officially closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Ayo. And I think, as they are saying, the workshop is officially closed. Thank you very much for coming. This has a really fast by there is also evening tea, please. If you feel like tea is there. If you feel like water, there is Renzone on your table. Please feel free to take as much as you can. But don't jump to the next table. Just finish what is on your table. No, mere borrowing is not allowed. Thank you so much for coming. Please don't forget pass by friends, which is now your team. Let's go. Yes, I've been advised that we meet the table one by one. And say, that is for you. Don't leave it, don't let it go to waste. Every night you talk to a lot, there is tea for you.